woven between history and myth. Great sagas have defined the land of Main Realm. It is a sweeping and diverse landscape of mystery and magic. Home to powerful kingdoms, the land is rich with a wealth of cultures, creeds and creatures. An assembly of many domains that have witnessed tyrants rise and empires fall. Its destiny has been shaped by chosen champions and formidable foes, and it lies upon a world between worlds, and many gateways lie hidden throughout its territories. Within the kingdom of Orenthale, in the region known as the Arrowhead, the convent rests on an ancient site of reverence. It was constructed long ago by folk who celebrated the arrival of the Plane-Touched upon the shores of Orenthale. Also known as the Azamar, they went on to found the Bright Dynasty, the order that became the empire that dominated the Third Era. The Azamar arrived upon the material plane through a gate that once led to and from many places. It is said that these pillars of rock rose up as if the earth itself was greeting them. The gate still looms large over the coast of these lands to this very day, and in its shadow, festivities play out. The Feast of Welcome draws folks far and wide, or from far and wide. Peddlars and tinkers hawk their wares. Travelling players with animal masks and costumes perform a play. Events of strength, skill and magic are hosted, and merrimakers and revellers host a sumptuous banquet. All of these celebrations happen in and around the lands of the convent, in the name of welcome, union, and the sating of thirst and hunger. A small village plays hosts to these celebrations. It was originally built to help sustain the convent in its long years. In addition to a number of festival tents and stalls, there lies a feasting house for all folk to enjoy the rich food and cuisine on offer. There is an older building there also. Once a guardhouse and a lockup, now a tavern that bustles with the gleeful energy of the festivities. And it is in this tavern that we meet three travellers, rather traditionally. If I can zoom in on this cray browser. I will guide you there in a moment. There we are, well spotted.
We were all very eager-eyed.
So, we see some people there. We meet three travellers. Probably three strangers to each other. And you have each been drawn here by a missive, a message, bearing the seal of an ornately decorated letter W. The message inside is very simple. It says, if you accept to enact a service to yourself and the realm, join me in the watch and wave during the Feast of Welcome. And each clutching this same seal, you've been drawn together. Before you stands a dwarf with fiery red hair, a beard that is almost alive with colour in comparison to the dark clothing that he has shrouded himself in. A hood pulled up. On his belt you see a kosh. This man is serious business. As he beholds you, I'm going to ask each of you, what does he see? And I'm going to ask Michael first.
So what he sees, a slender figure, about 5'8", 5'7", just under average height. What you immediately see is this person is wearing a long, dark grey coat. The cuffs are folded up at the wrists, and you can see on the inside of the cuff is an animal fur lining, something to keep him warm. His hands are currently in his pockets, and his hood is just over his head as well. He has dark trousers, dark shoes, but you can spot white hair just coming from beneath the hood, and the shape of tall ears just sticking underneath as well. But for the most part, hands in pockets, he's keeping to himself, head slightly lowered as well, slightly reserved.
The dwarf assesses you, looking up at your tall figure, and then his eyes drift directly in front of him. No, you're directly in front of him. He looks to the right, and he sees Matt's character. What does your character look like, Matt?
He's not particularly tall. He's sort of around 5'4", but he is dressed as a medieval plague doctor. He's wearing a round box top, wide-rimmed hat. He has a bone-coloured beaked plague mask and is just wearing black leather, a lot of black leather, and he stands really still. He may even be a mannequin. Just every now and then you see him take a breath. He's listening attentively, but really you can't make out anything behind the mask.
The dwarf is just staring at you, and his gaze lingers on you for some time, but he sort of almost gives a nod of approval at the sign of your mask. Subtlety is clearly this dwarf's game. He then, his eyes then drift over to the individual on his left. Dom, what does your character look like?
Yeah, so you see a humanoid figure, but he's taller than average. He's pretty tall, unusually tall, you might say. He's wearing dark clothes. Nothing particularly stands out, although he does have a dark cloak as well. What stands out is he's got quite sort of pallid skin, quite gaunt looking, and as the is completely bald, no hair. And as the fire crackles in the hearth just next to them, it almost plays tricks when you look into his eye. His pupils for a second look normal, and then almost like a snake's, and then almost like a crescent, and then back to normal. And he's far more concerned with the people around the inn than the dwarf in front of him. He's looking at people, how they interact, their expressions and their moods.
And as his gaze lingers on you, he feels slightly uneasy looking at you. In fact, each of you have a sort of an odd disposition to each of you. But he sort of appears to settle himself to the fact that it is these kind of people that is exactly the kind perhaps he needs. He's come prepared. Welcome, he says. I hope you've been enjoying the festivities. Word was brought to you, as you have each expressed your willingness to enact specialist tasks in return for a coin. He casts a bag of 50 gold each to you. You have 50 gold, you have 50 gold, you have 50 gold.
Thank you, Oprah.
And that's my name, don't wear it out, lad. I am known as Swiftstone, and I am an agent of the Court of Whispers. I have a talent for discovering spies. Spies in service to the enemy. And you seem like subtle folk, but I'd like to know your names. We'll go in the same order.
The hooded, white-haired individual just looks up and quite quickly turns to the dwarf and just goes, Celasta.
Celasta, eh?
The leather-clad plague doctor stands still without moving at all for a moment, and then one hand just... Hello! I am obsidian. That's me. That's my name. And then he goes back to not moving.
Yeah, and the tall, bald fellow says, you can call me Ansel.
Ansel. So, Swiftstone is looking at each of you in turn, and he says, he nods at your names. My efforts in spying around these parts have revealed that the Dominion, they hunger for knowledge. Knowledge regarding ancient ruins from days long past. I've received a report that a number of them have been operating in this region, Arrowhead. 2 of them have been reported to be lurking in the port settlement nearby. And 1 is said to have infiltrated the celebrations here. I'm hiring you to discover this agent, while I move on to Bright Harbour to find the other 2. I wouldn't ask, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I am presuming that you're capable.
Yep. Yes. Definitely.
Ansel just laughs.
Wait, capable of what?
Capable, you can look after yourself.
Oh.
We're talking about a Dominion Farsight agent. They're dangerous.
Alright.
Dangerous. Well, so are we. We.
Good, because then it'll be 3 against 1. Shan't be a problem for you then, will it?
Nope.
I have discovered correspondence from a messenger that this spy of the Dominion will be involving themselves within the events of the feast, the fight pit, the archery contest, and the magic competition. Bless. We'll each need participating in to see if they may be discovered. I want you to find this Farsight agent, and I want you to neutralize them. Rooms have been purchased for you for the evening. You may rest here tonight after your job is done. And then you shall move to find me the next day. Is that understood?
Yep.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll linger for a bit, but then I'll be on my way. So if you have any questions, now's the time. You're not allowed to ask about my voice either.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring up anyone's disability at the table, so. Well, what we're hunting will be likely human, dwarf.
Oh, aye, human.
Do you think human?
From reports, anyway. From reports.
Okay. Human.
But there's a lot of them round here, as you might have noticed.
Yes, and also, so we'd participate in all three of the categories because they might be one of those categories.
Sorry, Matt, say that again.
So we have to participate in each event. Someone has to participate in each event because they could be participating in any of them.
Aye, in any of them, yes.
And we're here to suss out sort of who they are.
Right. You need to find them out and then neutralize them. You need to neutralize them. I can't even say it. Neutralize them. I did. Aye.
Well,
when you say yes, when you say neutralize.
Down to your discretion. That's what you've been paid for, and paid well. Oh, you should probably have these as well, just in case. A Farsight agent of the Dominion. They're very dangerous. You each receive a Cure Light Wounds potion.
Toasty.
Just in case he gets the jump on you. There's lots of places to be snuck up on, especially in such a crowded festival. The Feast of Welcome. Pretty spectacular this year.
it is delightful. I mean, yes.
Does seem like a lot of fun.
All because of one old gate. Who'd have thought?
Much merriment.
What is the festival about?
Oh, come on, where you been? It's one of the oldest history lessons in the world. This is where the plane touched arrived upon this earth.
This is where the plane touched arrived.
Long ago, so they say. Lots of legends about that. They're doing a play about it, I think.
Yeah, all the animals.
Ah, yeah, I don't know why they're animals.
I'm sure it's an allegory.
It's some mama's trick or other.
Just a delightful gimmick. I mean, who doesn't love a mask?
Aye, don't we all? Is there anything else you'd ask before involving yourself in the events?
Is there anything in particular you know about them, other than that they're an agent? Is there something we should be looking out for?
Well, like I say, they're interested allegedly in ancient ruins, so this gate.
No, I think we should just crack on.
Aye.
Commence.
Off you go.
Let's go.
And so you are ushered from the Waven Watch, or you can stay in the Waven Watch. It's up to you. You have effectively a large area, and in this large area somewhere is the agent of the Dominion, the Farsight agent.
Before moving, Celasta's just going to adopt. It doesn't look like he's doing anything, but he's triggering a stance called, wait for it, Hunter's Sense.
Oh.
And if you were to look closely, you'd see his nose twitching slightly because Hunter's Sense gives me scent. And what I'm doing is I'm just taking in what I can tell around me, and I'm just going to be using the time when I walk around to see if there's anything that doesn't add up, anything that smells odd in comparison to the rest. So just in case, anything within 30 feet, I generally get a rough smell of. If I'm close enough, then I can get a rough direction, and then 5 feet, I can tell next to it what it is.
I mean, that's a fantastic option and really imaginative use of the ability. The thing that is overwhelming, and it's probably like you don't need to be 30 feet to scent it, is all of the sumptuous foods and wines, and everything is so rich and flavorful. The air is alive with the different kinds of spice from four corners of this wide world. This is a festival devoted to effectively like thirst and hunger, and yeah, that sort of perforating all around you with your powerful sense of smell. But then in the tavern, there's sort of like that lingering kind of like smell under the smell, like if you're in an old pub. You know what I mean? And there's been quite a few drinks spilled on the carpet, that kind of... Yeah.
Old booze.
Old booze, yes.
I'm taking a moment as well just to acknowledge Obsidian and Ansel's distinct kind of just taking a moment. But
yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. What do you guys make of each other? Like, you found yourself sort of drawn together. You're each holding these symbols. This ornate W, you can only assume, stands for the Court of Whispers.
Whisper,
yes.
Whisper.
Let's do a spot check. Highest
sort of
gets to see this first. And you go. I'll tell you the result after you've said what you make of each other.
Oh gosh. So it begins.
We're off to a wonderful start.
that's not bad. 14.
I mean, it's...
Oh, sorry.
I've only got eye holes, and they're not great. I'm not tinted, so it's quite hard to... I'm not very good at... As you were.
Stalasta is reserved as always. He's just he doesn't know, but you know he'll give it time. He's willing to see, but yeah, he's got his defenses up.
Could you get a very physical description of Celasta one more time, just a very quick?
Sure. Would you like a picture in the chat?
Yeah.
For the viewers, it would be nice to have another description.
I will give the description as I throw it in the chat. So, at the moment, he's wearing essentially a long, dark grey trench coat. It looks to be of a fairly warm fabric because you can see on his wrists, the cuffs have been folding up, and you can see like an animal pelt lining the underside of it. Dark trousers and boots, but you can see attached to this long coat is a hood, and under the hood you can see some white hair showing down, and you can just see as well what looks like 2 ears just protruding the top of the hood. Again, about 5'7"-ish. It's hard for you to tell at the moment. His boots do him a bit of a service. That's him without the hood in the chat, just for you guys to see.
I see. Oh, very nice. Okay, I get you.
We'll try and make the picture available. It's a cool picture.
Definitely some pointy ears. Yeah, absolutely. There must be a way to put your picture up in your little
I will do
video
it in
box for a
OBS at some
moment.
point, yes, but
I'm
not
sure
right
we
now.
can. Sure, we can do it in the future.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, in terms of the other two, Ansel he's curious. He's excited to get to know people.
Yeah, I mean, sort of hard to tell what Obsidian makes of the other two, really, because you can't see any of him now. You can see that the only bit of skin that he has on display are just the tips of his fingers, whereas his gloves are fingerless.
Fagin gloves.
Yeah, essentially. Just that's the only thing. But otherwise, he's just completely covered. So yeah, it's sort of hard to tell. But like, he doesn't move very much. But when he does, it's quite sort of definite in his movements. It's a little bit awkward. The leather, although it looks like black and leathery, it sounds quite new. Like every time he moves, there's kind of a sort of a noise.
That's hilarious.
It's just yeah,
Fresh.
very much so.
Fresh off the cow's back.
Absolutely, it's not worn and cool, but I mean it's very cool. Obviously, it's super cool. Well, should we ask? Let's ask around in the tavern first. It's a good place to get information. And I see a familiar face. Oh. Barkeep!
All right, stranger. How can I be helping you today, then?
Can I? I'll have a water, please, and
A water. He looks at you like you spat on him.
Sorry, I mean, and as these guys approach, he sort of spots them and then says, "Whiskey, straight."
Whiskey.
Whiskey.
Is that with the water as well?
No, not water. Whiskey, obviously. You misheard. All
right, then.
So, obviously,
Whiskey
lots and lots of new people of late, due to the festival. But has anyone been sort of very probing, asking like too many questions about the ruins, or just?
He spits on his own floor.
Oh, God. We'll meet a nice barkeep one day. Really.
One day.
One day.
We'll see.
We'll look at the wall and there'll be one of those star-rated cleanliness things.
I'm getting
Not today.
Not today. We get cast a lot of questions all breeding day. This is where we make our best business throughout the entire year. It's solely because of this festival that this tavern is able to run as it is. We do get asked a lot of questions, mainly about what's on the menu.
What is on the menu?
Well, there's roasted grouse, and there's pickled quail, and there's stuffed legumes.
Stuffed legumes. Sounds delicious.
It takes a lot of effort. But no, we get lots of questions round here. Why do you ask, stranger? I'll ask a good question back.
I love a good question.
Good.
Anybody? We're looking for suspicious people. We're starting a club.
A club?
Of suspicious-looking people, clearly.
You each, yeah. You're doing very well so far. He looks at each of you in your menacing attires.
In your opinion, aside sort of barring the sort of four of us that were sat over there, is there anyone else that you've encountered who you think we could approach to join our suspicious people club?
Well, there's all sorts of suspicious people around here, really. There's the Garo. A lot of people don't trust them. They're mainly the ones.
Garo?
Where the hell have you been? The Garo. They're a folk that
Somewhere else.
that meander and wander across the land.
Is that G-A-R-R-O?
Garo. The Garo.
Garo. Okay.
Suspicious travelers.
Mainly tinkerers and traders for the most part, but they have odd superstitions.
Odd superstitions, yeah.
And then, of course, there's well, there's all sorts of different strangers around these parts. Saw you talking to some particularly strange dwarf. He seemed to be a bit shifty.
Yeah, well, he's in the suspicious people club. So it's a thing,
club.
you know, like a gang.
Listen,
he's
stranger.
in it.
I'm very busy. You look, and there's no one waiting for a drink. I'm very busy.
We're waiting for
All
drinks.
right. If there's anything else. Oh, and that'll be a gold piece, please.
A gold piece. A full gold piece for that shot of whiskey.
Festival prices.
Only because we don't do lower than one gold piece.
Well, that's why I stopped. I was like, we should decide. Are we gonna do that? Are we gonna do change?
Yeah,
Nobody can be asked to
change. One gold piece is fine. Everything is very expensive.
You will
Why don't
pay
you throw
for
in another
it.
couple of drinks?
It's trickle down
Right, there we
economics.
go. Yeah. You
Trickle-
buy a round.
trickle down.
You buy a round with a gold piece. There we go. That's probably,
Yeah, for sure. I buy a round.
It's like a fucking
gold
day's
piece.
wage, for sure.
I was on
single
a
drink.
nice round number, and now I'm not.
Well, there we go.
Well,
Do we get any bar snacks with that?
You can have some of the scratchings, and he slides like an oiled bowl, and it's got like festering, curled lumps of something in it.
Yeah, I'll just take like a handful. And long
I
fingers.
sort of look at it and sort of pick one up, and then just sort of push it away, and
This is
turn,
delightfully disgusting.
lift my mask
Pops another one
slightly,
in.
sip a bit of whiskey, and then turn away as I grimace, and then turn back.
You're wearing
It's
a
good.
mask. We can't see your face.
It's good. It's good whiskey. Yeah, there's a visible shudder. It's really good. It's good whiskey. Smoky.
Your friend here does raise a good point. It's a little bit odd, you know.
What's odd?
You scared we'll see your face, stranger?
I mean, why? There's lots of masks here.
Thought you liked questions.
It's a festival. Everyone's wearing a mask.
That's true. That's true. Plenty of
Fancy dress.
mummers around here. You're a mummer, are you?
I wouldn't be a particularly good suspicious person if I was just going to show my face to everyone now. Would I?
Gonna do us a dance, are you?
Yes. He is. Go on.
I think I'm just gonna lean across the bar, and I would like to try to intimidate the barman.
Okay. Here we fucking go.
I would like to try and intimidate the barkeep.
All right. I have a. No, I guess he'll roll. He'll oppose. He'll oppose with a will save, I guess.
It's a 13. It's a high save, but I rolled a 3.
Well, it's gonna have to be
it's
pretty
me.
much like he's a fairly grizzled old barkeep, but he doesn't have that much on him. He's just a normal dude. You are successful. How do you intimidate him?
So I just lean across the bar and I just whisper to him, "You don't want to see my face, because people who see my face, they never forget it."
All right, stranger. I meant no offence. Well, just a bit odd, strange. That's all. A little bit odd. Like, yeah, true enough. There are masks everywhere, but there are no masks like yours in this neighbourhood. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think at this point, I'm gonna walk away from the bar. You guys do what you like.
You'll notice during that exchange, Celasta took himself to the window for a bit of fresh air, but was listening in. But when Obsidian had actually mentioned about his mask, Celasta physically did turn around then to properly listen about this. He was taking some interest in this information. He was like, And is now back facing out of the window again, trying to get some fresh air into his heightened sense of smell.
Yeah. You peer out of the window. As I mentioned, this tavern wasn't always a tavern. It used to be like a guardhouse and a holding place, like, so that, like, you're looking basically through like shutters around like iron parts of the window, and you're peering out, and you see that, like, dug into the ground there is a pit, like, that's like with like wooden boards pressed into the pit to sort of support it. There's a lot of baying and jeering and yelling, and the clash of combatant against combatant. You behold the fighting pit.
Yeah, Celasta is actually looking in that quite focused at the moment. He's like laser-eyed in.
I might head over in Celasta's direction as I walk past Ansel, sort of with a bit of a strut away, just for a brief moment, and just go, "Did you see that? I almost scared myself."
Very good, very good.
And then walk and just stand looking out the window.
So I'm going to be sipping the whiskey and sort of making strange faces, and then sort of combining the food with the whiskey, and that makes it probably even worse, the mixture of disgustingness. But he seems to quite enjoy it anyway. Delightfully strange flavors.
As you make a remark, there is an almighty as some devastating strike is made from the pits. One pit.
And just to Obsidian, he just barely looks but goes, "Follow me,"
Okay.
and heads out.
Intriguing. I'm gonna follow.
Yeah, I was just... Obsidian will be sort of gesturing for you to follow. Where are we going?
Again, Celasta just now embracing the smell of the outside and those around him. The smell at this point of sweat and blood.
Manure.
So speaking of sweat and blood, like, there's this man that suddenly approached. He's got this like vast, like, unfurling scroll of parchment, like, pressed into a wooden board, and he goes, "Hello there," and his breath is just noxious and overwhelming the second you stand in front of him, Silasta. Don't suppose you're here to compete, are you?
What are the rules?
Well, you go in, you knock the other fella out, you win money. Very simple.
Celasta has a look in and then just gives a nod. Actually at the moment his hood's still up, so it's just
Why? You wanna was that a nod as in to say I want to do it, or?
Yeah, so that was meant to be an acknowledging nod. Celasta's not that talkative.
Very well. Well, you're gonna have to fix a price, shall we say? Because however much you put in is however much you get out.
He looks into the pit. Does it look like looks like there's someone winning, or does it look like that
the man that is like who's got the board like spots you looking in and goes, "That's Lonuk. Undefeated for 12 of these feasts of welcome."
Good God, he's huge.
A massive brute of a man, forearm the size probably than both of your legs. Like, the guy is massive. You watch as he grabs what looks like a halfling, apparently, and just like belts him against the side of the wall. There is like a gurgle as he slides down to the ground. Lonuk sets his own rules, you see.
Can I ask a question? Is that a gerbil?
Oh, you mean who he's just fought?
No, just directly in front of me.
Oh. Yeah, so that's a very good point. Flanking this man, and I'll zoom in a little bit. Yeah, there are two figures that appear to be part of the celebrations. As you all sort of like have come out, you see that the festivities have like picked up even more from when you arrived. In the background, you see before the ancient gate, a stage has been made, and the mummers that were described earlier are at play. They are engaging in a classic that we will go into at some point if you're interested. But two of these mummers are sort of like here almost as sort of like wandering characters. There is a lioness on one side and a ferret on the other. And they're both wielding sort of like wooden weapons, and sort of like drawing custom to here. You know, they're sort of like mascots almost.
I'm gonna grab the ferret by the face and just be like, "Do I know you?"
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've had the pleasure. This comes a voice from behind the costume. It's made of like animal pelts and like stitched together. There's like buttons where the eyes are and stuff. Like adorable in a quite a sinister, creepy way, but like, you know, he's done his best.
Perhaps not. And he steps back.
Celeste has pulled out 30 gold coins and has just counted them out from a pouch.
Oh, big spender. Like the man's like face is like has like a sheen of like sweat with excitement at the sight of 30 gold pieces in your hand. Like that's a lot of money.
Celeste, do you? I mean, I've not seen you do you think? But do you think you can take him?
He's quite big.
He is massive.
That'll be his downfall.
The bigger they are, the deeper you'll go into the ground, won't they?
Yes.
But yeah, can we place bets on our friend?
Of course, that's what everyone else is doing. The people that don't want to fight just want to see a decent tussle and either win or lose some gold for the pleasure. You watch as the halfling sinks into the sand and disappears forever.
Did he just die?
No, I'm sure it'd be fine. You see someone like actually like wrapping a rope around the halfling and like dragging him out of like the wooden pit. Like you watch as like viscous like red washes the wall. He gets dragged up.
Well, as a sign of good faith, I'll match my friend's.
Well,
As a sign of bad faith, I'll bet against him.
the same amount, sir?
Aye. Yes,
Very well.
30 gold.
So he makes a note, and like he's literally like weeping at the sight of that amount of gold. Very well. Well, when you're ready, you might as well introduce yourself to Lonak. But he ain't a man of many words.
For the first time, Celeste lowers his hood and reveals kind of neck-length white hair, and you can see two very long ears. Celeste is a type of elf, though I don't know if you know exactly what type of elf he is. That's down to Rob and your character.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, let me look at the character sheet. I'm going to say knowledge. Knowledge nature or knowledge history? Unless you could argue another one, I don't really know, to be honest.
Geography?
No,
Or geography.
Doesn't make any difference.
Arcana or religion.
Nah, those wouldn't really.
40.
I mean, he's an elf. But there is like almost like an audible gasp from some of the people like nearby that spot you do that. Like there's something like, oh.
Yeah, it's freaking me out that you're playing an elf.
I know, I'm
Like-
normally the dwarf.
This is weird. This is
I'm
weird.
normally a stubborn
Someone
dwarf.
stretched out like. I love it.
Celasta lowers his hood. He takes one kind of just sniff of the area for a moment, just to see if he can get a gauge of kind of any of the aromas around him. Which you don't have to tell me just now, but
Well, I'll tell you what. Is there a check you can do for that at all?
only if I'm tracking. But I'm not tracking. I'm literally, if they're within 30 feet, it's it really. I mean, you can expand on that as much as you like. I'm being quite vague with what I'm trying to do with it, so
Let's say.
kind of, yeah.
It's difficult with scent. You can absolutely scent the blood on the sand. You know, like there's a definite sense of smell of violence in the area. Everything's a little bit heightened. The sweat is mingling with the spices in the air. Like it's quite a hot day anyway. For the closing of summer and the beginning of autumn. Like it's quite warm. Give me a listen check. And all three of you can do that.
Ooh, 13.
14 for me.
14 for me.
Ansel and Obsidian. While Silaster is busy with the aromas of the area, you two maybe catch one of these guys. This big guy. He looks like he's cosplaying Thor almost. Like he's got he's pretending to be a hero from yore, known as Iskandar. He's dressing up as him, and he whispers to someone else and says, "Well, that Lonuck will make short work of anyone. Although that one with the bronze blade, I reckon he could have taken him."
One with a bronze blade.
Bronze blade, noted.
Are you going down or what? The sweaty man gets in your face, Silaster.
Celasta jumps in.
Oh,
Celasta
wait, before you go, I'm going to just say to you quickly, in your ear, no, nobody thinks you can beat him. And he's been saying some very bad things about you. Just truly awful.
Celasta has a little glimpse of actually where he looks like he absolutely believes you, and he's completely like, really? Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
And then he shakes it off for a moment and looks where he is. He goes, no, focus, Celasta, focus. Just don't really get. Okay.
Oh my god, he's so not filling me with confidence now.
And then he jumps in. As he does, and as he lands into the pit, you see almost like there's a faint black mist moving around him as he has now entered a new stance. There is a faint, not even it's very thin, it's very wispy, but black energy just seems to move around him as he has become a child of shadow. I'll come to that in a moment. But I've jumped in. My hands have gone back in my pocket, and I'm looking at the big chap in front of me.
The guy looks at you and just wipes some of the blood that's splattered onto his face, and he sort of licks thick, meaty lips, all with dotted with scar tissue, shaved head. He's got the extra bit of neck here, and he rolls his shoulders and he says, "I hear you're the one that's given me a big payday. Don't worry, I'll spend most of the gold on your fucking wake. Roll initiative."
He's the sort that just eats nothing but protein, isn't he?
Yeah,
It's just enormous.
Just chickens all day
Eats
long.
lots and lots of chicken. Just
And
chickens.
eggs.
Yeah, full ones. Don't even kill them first.
A fairly average 12.
Oh dear.
I hope he doesn't batter you, Michael.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't as well. Because I don't want to have to cheat.
Oh yeah, speaking of cheating.
I will cheat if I have to.
That's really loud. My God.
Kick his bum.
It is
I don't know if
loud.
it's just me.
Pumping.
Oh man, they're thumping tunes, banging beats.
I'm sure it won't come up, Rob, but if we did want to cheat, could we?
Yeah.
Do you want us to roll initiative as
yeah.
well, just so that you can throw us in?
Definitely
Most
roll
of it
initiative.
we'll
Yeah, if
just
you want
say,
to interfere,
"No, it's fine,"
definitely.
but-
Definitely, yeah.
I don't necessarily want to, but I want the option.
So, Silaster, what did you get? Was that 12? Was that your initiative?
12, yes.
Okay.
19 initiative.
Obsidian goes first.
I don't. I'm just watching. Just so you know, that's good actually because it's top of the round. So.
I got a 7.
Okay, so Obsidian got 19, yeah?
Indeedy.
I'm writing this out again, bloody it. Okay. Silaster got 12. What did Ansel get? 7.
7.
Obsidian, you go first.
Hello. Oh,
Hi.
Hi.
a second. No, I'm just going to watch. For this round, I'm just watching.
It's Lonuk's turn, and he basically just takes a pounding step, 1, 2, 3, and approaches you. But as he does, you notice that he has something in his hand, because he looks like he's about to face you unarmed.
Cheating.
But then, whoom! It just throws a handful of just sand in your face. Do a fortitude save.
Ooh. Dirty. I'm guessing that wasn't a charge, was it? I was just hitting
No.
He's fighting dirty, man. Ooh. Do your thing. You can do it.
22.
How
Ooh.
do you just prevent all this sand going directly in your face?
Celasta almost had some foresight at this time, and trying not to give anything away at this moment, because he's waiting for that kind of chance to act, he just quickly turns his head. He tries to keep his body as still as possible, but his head just snaps the other way and snaps back.
Wet, blood-covered sand slaps into the rope ladder behind you. It's now your turn.
How high up is the pit?
20 feet.
20 feet. Okay.
Yeah. Sand ground, 20 feet. Wooden walls.
Ooh.
No, not 20 feet. That's way too high. 15 feet.
50 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I've got all these lovely new maneuvers, and I'm just
You
deciding...
gotta pick one, man.
Oh, yeah. As a swift action, Celasta... to pretty much everyone else, it looks like Celasta is just moving incredibly quickly, but he's, for all intents and purposes, completely invisible. As he uses maneuver Cloak of Deception, and in an instant, vanishes as he leaps completely invisibly out of the way.
And as you do that, it's as he is mid swing and just is looks stupidly around.
What's fun about this is it actually acts as greater invisibility. So I will get one punch on his flat-footed as I aim a solid blow into his kidneys.
Yeah, by all means.
And this is just a regular punch.
Yep.
So Oh, terrible!
He doesn't know where you are, but just the sheer bulk of him like absorbs the strike. Just
Yeah.
boom, and you just hit him like in the shoulder, and he like whirls about, looking around, trying to see where you are.
I moved. I hit. That's it. Yep.
Wow. Okay. That was Silas's turn. The crowd give a sudden gasp as the combatant facing Lonak just vanishes. Ansel, it's your turn. While I loop the music.
Ansel's just going to... Yeah, I'm just going to shout, he's making you look stupid!
He looks up and he points at you and says, "You'll be next if you ain't careful." Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
No.
Back to the top of the round. Obsidian.
I'm just watching.
Lonak is like looking around wildly, trying to see where you are. It's almost like he thinks you're behind him, like, and he keeps like turning around, desperately trying to look. So mechanically, you are just under great invisibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. He is dumbstruck by this. Doesn't know what to do, and he's just gonna shout, "Coward!" And he'll ready in action.
Ooh, clever.
That's Lonak readying an action. Silaster, it's your turn.
So my cloak of deception lasts for 1 round, as I am next to him. And I need to remove. I've done that. Yeah, I'm. As I have, it looks like I've kind of just slid in next to him, like I've just rapidly stopped. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a touch attack, but this doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity. And I'll explain what happens in a second.
Okay.
Possibly a fumble. I have done terribly in my first 2 rolls today. 18 on his touch. So not a fumble.
Miss. Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. So I appear. It looks like both my hands reach out and then go no, and then reach back, and then I haven't taken a movement yet, so I'm going to attempt to tumble to here.
Wait, so you're visible?
Yeah. It only lasts for 1 round, so at the top of the round, the invisibility dropped.
I thought you said a minute.
Oh, no. Sorry, 1 round.
That would be insane.
I thought you said 1 minute. I was like, you've got 1...
He is, in fact,
yeah. I was like, what?
12th level.
Yeah.
Hello.
You reach out and you like go to the touch or whatever, like, and like you slap him in the back, and he sort of like whirls around like an elbow, like narrowly misses you, as he will take his readied action, which is to strike at you, with a touch attack of his own, which also does not provoke an attack of opportunity. What is your touch armor class?
18.
Possibly a fumble. I shit you not. But just a miss. So like big, like massive shovel-like hands close just short of you as you dart free from him.
So I moved more than 10 feet.
Yeah.
10 feet or more. What you can see is that mist that was moving past me now actually starts to look a lot darker. I have concealment.
Okay.
Basically, if he on his round next, he has a 20% miss chance on me.
Oh, okay, cool. Right, let's do that publicly then. So,
on his round to hit me.
Yeah, on his round to hit, we'll sort that out. Yeah. That was your turn, Silaster?
Yes. I moved and missed.
Ansel.
Ansel is just going to cackle at the lack of action so far. Yeah, he's just like he's going to lean over to try and see if anybody's going to get the upper hand, but he's not going to act as such. He's just. Woo!
Back to the top of the round, Obsidian.
Still just watching. Not enough has happened to make a judgment, really.
True.
Like it's sort of like it's been like a really like fraught
He's really
kind
quick,
of.
but like
He's
not
trying to
doing any
like.
damage, and he will get tired eventually.
He's trying to. Yeah, you see, like he's definitely trying to grab hold of you. It's his turn. But this time he is just going to swing an unarmed strike at your just standard armor class as he whirls about. So he faces you.
18. Oh, but yes, 20% mischance.
20% mischance, yes. Okay, so what's the best dice to roll for that, do we reckon?
A D5. That old classic D5.
I was just going to say a D100, 1 to 20 is a miss, but your call.
What, sorry? One?
Well,
A D100, 1 to 20 is a miss.
Yeah.
20 and a 1 is it?
Well,
It's the same thing. Whichever.
yeah. It's a definite hit.
Yeah, so he swings in, attempts to hit you. Armor class 18, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you just defend yourself? Like, just defend yourself from a swinging mitt from this guy?
Ooh, I'm literally kind of moving, and I've tried to stay moving as much as possible at this point. And then this thing comes in, I just duck, almost skidding underneath it, as I kind of have sliding into position here. And it kind of puts me down low, ready for my turn.
Which is now your turn. That's his turn done.
You see, where my hands were like this, one hand turns open palm, and I drive the tips of my fingers into his gut. But you can see almost, it moves so quickly, it looks like I'm hitting twice. I get to roll 2 d20, and I can choose which roll I take. I'm going to take the 18, please.
Mike casts 5th edition.
Okay.
Mike casts 5th edition. A running joke, and never more prudent as it is here. So you choose the advantage roll, yes?
Yeah, I choose 18, yes.
18 is 21 in total is an absolute hit.
Well, I will say my attack bonus would be 18, well...
Seven, is it?
26.
What?
If I choose the D20, 18, my attack is 26. So that's what I'm choosing to
Apologies.
hit with.
Yeah, 26. Yeah, absolutely hit. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is... Because I chose the higher bonus, I don't get a couple of the nice little extras if I had chosen the lower bonus.
Okay.
I wanted to hit him, so... I think that took precedence. 6 damage. So just jab my hand, the decoy disintegrating away as I just jab it straight into his stomach. And as I do that, I am going to tumble back.
Okay,
So-
yeah, you jab into him.
15 is the DC.
Oh, yeah, of course. Did you say you left a decoy?
The decoy
No, as in-
punch.
Yeah, I hit with a decoy punch.
Okay, that's 17 on the die. Which
Or-
is...
Oh, I was tumbling to avoid.
Yeah,
the
no,
armor.
I know. Doesn't he have to oppose you to, like, stop you from doing that?
No, it's a DC 15.
Oh, right, of course it is, yeah. Yeah.
To move away is 15, to move through
Yeah,
is...
yeah. Gotcha.
So DC, I got 20 there. So it's 5, 10, 15. I'm up against the back here. You can see the shadows around me are still moving, but I'm leaning and sitting and kneeling quite low to the floor at this point.
Like he will swing for you as you roll out of the way or whatever, and he gives like a low, horrible growl of frustration. But it's not his turn, it's Ansel's turn.
Yeah, he's going to lean down as far as he can into the pit and just mutter, "Are you going to take that from him?" But he's not going to do anything other than be annoying.
Annoying it is. Obsidian, what do you do?
Obsidian, he will lean forward and say, "I think he just gave you the finger." And then he'll just lean back again.
Like he charges. And he will mechanically charge, which gives him a bonus to his attack, I believe.
He does, but that means I
loses
initiate
armor
my
class.
maneuver counter charge.
Well, hey! We
Very
made him
clever.
get sloppy by annoying him.
So,
We're helping.
I get to choose if we do opposed dex or opposed strength. And guess what? We're doing opposed dex rolls.
And you can do this when it's not your turn.
It's a
I
counter.
suppose it's
So
counter, yes, that makes sense.
I
yes.
can do it to whenever needs it.
Okay.
Because I am initiating this, I get a bit more.
Okay. So what are we doing? Sorry, oppose strength and dex.
Dexterity. Has to be dex.
Has to be X. Okay.
Yeah, I get to choose which it is. So
What's the downside to this one?
Yeah.
Where's the payoff? You just get to go, no. That's all. I'm like,
The
what?
actor slippery.
Yeah.
13 on that, which
14.
fuck.
Oh dear.
That's a shame. He gets a +2 now on top of his charge.
Oh, no. I
Such a
see.
shame. That
So
would've
hang
been
on.
lovely.
You with charge, you get it's just a bonus to attack, isn't it? It's not damage.
Just attack. So he's now got +4 to his attack.
Well, he still
because-
needs to hit you, though. Correct?
Yeah, but he's got +4 to this.
Got plus
No,
four.
as in displacement.
Yeah, so I've got 20% concealment here.
I now fully understand the downside. Eat my words.
I've rolled terribly so far.
Why can't I
One,
select my
two,
last
four.
rolls? It's because I'm not on my DM screen. Okay. 1 to 20 is the miss.
He hits.
He hit, well, potentially.
18, but with a +4, he'd have to roll
I will
terribly.
get
for
rid of the
this.
dice on the actual one. That will be confusing for the future. That is a 21. Does that hit?
It does, yes.
Bam! He just, you go in
Oh.
to counter him or whatever, and you just meet him right in the middle of the arc of his punch. As he slams you for 10 points of bludgeoning damage. That's max damage.
Is
Just-
that lethal or non?
That's lethal.
Oh.
Oh.
Improved unarmed man here. He just brings a fist and it just belts you like in the face hard, and it's like you see 100 versions of the fight pit all around you. Bing! Like this guy, you might have been hit like this hard before, but not for a while. Maybe it really fucking hurts.
Oh my god, it's Prince Oberyn all over again.
Yeah, you spin on the spot as you sort of like shake off the strike. It's your turn.
Ooh.
He charged. Does that mean he has a negative to his AC?
-2.
Okay.
His armor class.
Yep, gotcha.
I'm just going to retaliate as quickly as I can, really, because his defenses are low from hitting me. I'm going to spin around, and you can again see there's some dark energy moving around his hand. But this time, instead of going kind of with the jab to the gut, he's doing a cut across his neck as he goes for a clinging shadow strike.
Nice.
So, I will do... For fuck's sake! My rolls are terrible! Ah!
So even with his reduced armor class, unfortunately, that is a miss.
Ah!
You swing palm out to try and slice him, and it just his thick neck just bounces off his neck.
God.
Yeah, unfortunate. Anything else on your turn?
I will be moving. So, I'm moving through his threat range to do this, so it was DC more 5, 10. 15,
So it's more than the usual 15.
20. DC off the top of my head was 20.
Yeah,
I think.
I think so.
Fine.
He did just charge. Why are you not hitting him? He's got lower
Because
armor.
I
Rolled really
missed
bad.
obsidian.
Oh.
I rolled a 3.
You walked over to me, so I actually do ask that.
Why are you not hitting him?
He was off balance. Why are you not actually hitting him?
It's anyone's game. It's anyone's game.
Oh my god. Do you know how many hours I had to work to make... I mean...
Ansel.
It is only money.
Ansel's turn.
Yeah, I'm going to move over here, and I'm going to speak to Celesta, and going to say, that looked like it hurt. Need a hand? And I'm going to hold an action if he says yes.
Okay. Ansel holds an action, so if he says yes, it will trigger. We're back to the top of the round. Obsidian.
No, I'm still just watching.
Still just watching. Lone Nuck
Fine.
watches.
It's fine.
Watches Silasta like duck around him. And of course will predictably run after you. Just normal movement. Moves to here. And just swings to belch you in the head.
18.
Oh my god. That's 19 on the die. He fucking belts you really, really hard.
Oh, shit.
My brain just melted for 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Like, you won't go to sidestep, and like an uppercut just catches you just in the jaw. You slam against the wood of the fighting pit walls. Dust and dry blood shake from it from the impact. What is your? It's your turn, Matthew. Don't do that.
I'm terribly sorry. I thought my microphone was up.
No, it's like you're trying to add static effects to this. Oh god, this the
I apologise.
Celeste, it's your turn.
He'll just he'll turn a gaze to Ansel and just be like, not yet. But
That's not a no. That's not a no.
Let me know when you're desperate.
Celasta doesn't do much other than he lowers himself and seems to take an action as he bends his back leg, he straightens his front leg, and then he kind of just holds both his arms out and just waits. As he's doing a bit of an adaptive style at this point to have a little shift around of what's available to him.
Okay. Salasa falls into a new stance. Ansel, do you
I get my new maneuvers.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Is that your turn?
Yes, the full round action to do it.
Ansel, do you tide your action over for another round?
Yep.
Obsidian?
I mean, it's sort of. I want to just sort of. I want to look like I'm just, come on, man, and I'm cheering. You can do it. And as I point, I want to make it like look like I'm just cheering him on, but I'm actually casting a spell on the other guy.
You wouldn't.
Oh, okay. How do we attempt to disguise you doing a spell? I think a bluff or a spell, or sleight of hand. That's a good one.
There is actually a skill trick later on you can do for subtle.
Are you sure you don't want to go for a bluff? Are
No,
you
sleight of
sure
hand,
you
I think,
prefer?
is the right one.
You wouldn't prefer a bluff. I mean, it's.
I said,
no,
all right. I'll say
I've
bluff.
had-
I'll say bluff. It's fine. You do bluff.
Are you sure? It's quite a massive difference for me, is all.
I said bluff first, we'll go with bluff, but in the future we'll say it's sleight of hand. But for this one, because I said it first, go ahead.
I'd still only a 15 on a bluff.
Okay, well let's do an opposed roll to see if anyone spots you doing that.
Do it, man!
There is a ripple around the audience as if like, oh, something's happened. What do you do, Obsidian?
So he needs to do a will of 17.
That is a fail.
Okay, so basically, to him, nothing really happens, but like, Celasta just looks suddenly incredibly intimidating to him, and he is quite scared of him.
Ooh.
And he now takes a -1 penalty on all attack rolls and saving throws.
Nice. Silas, before you, Lonuk, because it's his turn next, like goes for like another step, like to go at you, and you visibly notice him sort of like falter in his step for a second before then like doing a desperate swing at you, and he's going to attack you. But I'm wary now because you said you're going to do. Is your AC
18.
still 18? Yeah, that is a miss. He swings violently for you, but misses.
Well, it's handy because my mischance had evaporated because I didn't move.
Oh yeah, sorry. Do remind me if I forget though. In the
I
future.
will. Don't worry.
Yeah, he missed you. He missed you. So yeah, he swings wildly for you. It's your turn.
Celasta was too busy channeling energy within himself really to fully pay attention here. He's been trying to focus. Like, okay, I know what I need to do now. In an instant, again, like he's moving at a breakneck speed, just vanishes, just completely as he runs. Well, at this point, you don't see him run around. You just instead see what looks like the impact of a fist going into the back of his head.
Oh my god!
As I'm doing a flat-footed, clinging shadow strike.
Okay. Yeah, on his flat-footed.
Come on.
This wasn't meant to be the fucking boss fight of the session.
Everyone, a moment for the fallen.
You fucking swing wildly from invisibility, and you just miss. You're still invisible.
God sake. Oh.
Are you still invisible?
Yes, it's greater invisibility.
Okay.
That is embarrassing.
It's alright, you can't help it, can't you? You can't help what you roll.
Oh.
That was your turn?
I moved, I failed. Yes, it was my turn.
Ansel.
Yeah, he's still not heard the thing, so he's just gonna hold fire.
You note that there is someone across the other side of the pit that's looking at your new friend in the weird plague mask in an odd manner.
Which person?
This person here.
Which person?
Okay, and in that case, I'm gonna start making my way around.
Okay. Obsidian, your turn. Back to the top of the
Just
round.
1 second.
Do I notice the?
Yeah, I didn't make
around
Ansel
thingy.
roll, so yeah, you'll have noticed as well. It's not like they're trying to hide it. They're like, oh fuck.
Okay. I'm certainly not gonna. I'm not gonna help again. I mean, even my rolls haven't been particularly good. The dice are not being kind to any of us today. But like, no, I'll just cheer him on. I'll just cheer him on.
Yeah.
In fact, what I'll do is almost exactly the same thing again, but with no spell this time. So just be like, "Come on, man, you got this."
Do a bluff. The guy across the other side of the pit goes. Like it's like, what's that? Did I see what I thought I saw?
I didn't do it. It's perfectly innocent.
Excellent. Lonuk's turn. He doesn't know where you
more
are,
like it.
so he will ready an action. Coward! He yells. Coward! Your turn, Silaster.
Snapping out of invisibility or speed. I will do the one thing that worked last time. I'm going to do my Shadow Blade technique. So, my jab this time into one of his kidneys. I will roll. I won't add anything to it. So, I'll take the 13. So that'll be 21 to hit.
Why would you not, if you don't mind me asking?
If I take the lower roll and it hits, I get a bonus to damage.
Okay.
But I don't know, and I haven't really got the luxury to guess.
Gotcha. So what's your total, sorry?
21.
It's a hit.
Lovely. 4.
Bam! You slam him in the back, and you hear something crunch in his back, and he goes, "Ah!" Like, and he stumbles around, like, wildly, seeing you suddenly appear, and triggers his readied action, which is to just to swing wildly at your head. How do you defend yourself as he swings at you? As hard, like you feel the air ripple around you as he swings at you.
As he does that I dodge it because I duck and run out of the way. Just as I move over to
and
here.
then you just rush over there. Yeah, nice.
That is mischance enabled. There we go.
Very good. That was his ready action. I'm going to say because it's ready, that's all he can do. You duck, move out. Sorry, it's your turn. Wait, did I let you go before him? I think I did, didn't I?
No, he took the readied action.
He took the ready action to let you go to come out of invisibility. Yes. Okay, cool. So it is the rest of your turn. Anything else?
No, I mean, Selasta's considering taking a potion, but he's like, no, I can't. No, afterwards maybe, but not now. I need to be focused.
Ansel, whilst you're away, as you were making your way round the fight pit to that gentleman there with the blonde hair, Obsidian performed another bluff to sort of exactly mirror the movement he did to try and trick the guy into thinking, oh, he's just doing something weird, and he got a 29. So the guy, as you approach him, is doing this, like, did I see that? Did I, and he's looking around to see if anyone else noticed, but he's the only one. What do you do?
I'm gonna go up next to him.
Yeah.
Just be like, you look confused. Did you see something?
Yeah, I swear and he just turns around and he looks at you.
Bringing it up.
He turns around and he looks at you, and you are kind of quite unnerving. Just stand and he's like,
yeah.
And he stops and he says,
towering over him.
Can I help you? Like, over the roar of the crowd, his voice becomes like a can I help you?
No, not at all. Just your face stood out to me.
A cry across the crowd goes up. Someone yells in horror as they watch Lonuk prepare to charge, but it isn't his turn just yet. It is Obsidian's turn.
I would like to attempt to demoralize Lonuk by inciting a chant in the crowd. Silaster! Silaster! Silaster!
Okay.
I want to get the crowd going.
Nice. Okay. What would you argue is what would you be using to do that? You can make a case.
I mean, it could just straight charisma. I would imagine.
Straight charisma roll.
I don't think it'd be much more.
Silaster.
Yeah,
It's all right. It does the job. That does the job.
Like,
people are like,
Mexican wave. And
you don't
he gets like
exactly.
a quarter of the way around.
Exactly. Like, you don't need like an endless amount of charisma to start like a football chant or anything. But like, like people are starting to go Silaster, Silaster. They're drumming their hands upon the wall, perhaps scenting blood in the air as Lonuk cracks wherever he got struck last and lunges towards you, Silaster, in a desperate bid to crush your head.
He charging or advancing?
He's advancing.
Okay.
He rushes at you and swings hard at your head.
20% mischance.
-1 because he's unnerved by you as well. Which is the thing that prevents him from driving his head into your face.
Ooh.
As he goes for a headbutt. But misses. Because he's sort of like a little bit like unnerved by you. He doesn't have the... You can tell it's a practice maneuver. Something he's done long in his time in the fighting pits. But something's got him off balance.
Tried to hit your head. With
his head.
Doesn't make sense.
Silaster, it's your turn as he goes for the headbutt.
Ooh. Silaster kind of drops very low to the ground. Then, readying his elbow, he advances, intending to drive the elbow up into his chest.
Oh,
I should have been asking, are you doing lethal or non-lethal? I should have asked.
Oh, I thought non-lethal. Sorry,
Okay,
I thought that was the rules from the start.
It doesn't seem like he's playing by the rules, but that's fine. I'm just checking.
Yeah. As this maneuver requires a concentration check. The DC is his armor class.
The DC is his armor class. Okay, alright. Which is currently at a negative.
Come on, die.
No, it's not. It's not at a negative anymore.
I rolled a 2!
Oh my god.
I have done terribly.
I see. So your concentration check has to beat his armor class. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. But what does it look
That's
like?
okay.
What does he see as he tries to headbutt you, and then something happens, but then it doesn't work?
Let me tell you. This maneuver is called the Sapphire Nightmare Blade, and the concentration check will catch him off guard and force him to be flat-footed and take more damage.
Wow!
Because I failed the concentration check, I can still attack, but I won't get any fluff from it.
Bloody hell! You can just do that, and if it doesn't work, wow, fair enough.
20 to hit.
Is a hit.
Even with a reduced penalty for failing. Lovely. That's nice. Yeah, these hits, they're nice. 3 damage to his gut. As he was not as unprepared for it as I thought he would be.
How did you take him down?
The elbow connects with his abdomen, and I just hold it there, and I can just see him kind of just like spit out as he topples over. And then as he does, I kind of get up, I lower my elbow. Hands go back in the pocket as Silaster puts his hood back up, looking slightly downtrodden, thinking to himself, that should not have taken anywhere near as long in his head.
There is a pause for a moment, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like a roar goes up from the crowd. The favourite, Lone Nuck, who has been a reigning champion here for however many years that guy made up earlier, is bested. And the chants continue. Silaster! Silaster! There's one person that's like, but where did he go? Like, how did he keep vanishing like that? But no one's listening. No, really.
As Silaster walks past him, you know he's unconscious, but he's just going to kneel down and just whisper in his unconscious ear, death prevented. You know what, actually, you put me off this entire fight. I'm not good with people, but, just let's hope,
He's like this on the floor. And you're like, yeah, well, I'm not really good with people.
Silaster's just trying to vent. He's venting to him at this point, but he's trying to do it really quietly so no one can hear him. He's like, that didn't go well. And if I was trying to kill you, trust me, it would have been a lot quicker. But I was just trying to be nice. And, like, people, like, these guys, they're just throwing me off, Like, I'm just, I'm not used to an audience, but you know, this thing, it puts me in like a good state of mind in a trance. Sod it. He stands up again, regaining composure, hands back in the pocket, and just walks to the ladder.
And you walk to the ladder. You can pull yourself out of there. Congratulations. The music has struck up again, and people are watching in awe as you emerge from the pit. So congratulations. Where you gave 30. Those of you who gave 30 and betted for Silaster, you get an extra 30 back. Unfortunately, Ansel, 30 gold pieces is lost from your possession.
Dude, that felt like he was Michael Douglas from the film Falling Down. Right then, he was just like, I'm just having a bad day. Like, oh my God, it's gonna blow you up, man.
Can I talk to the blonde in peach next to me here?
Yeah, the person that saw or thought they saw something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to be like, a worthy fight. I doubt we'll see better today.
Definitely not. He says, sort of like a little unnerved, like, there was something strange about it. I just that elven being. There's something strange afoot here.
Mm. There's often strange things afoot. Best not to dwell. He just pats him on the shoulder with his long fingers and walks off.
Celasta quickly quaffs 2 potions.
Roll it up.
He does.
I've just done. Did that there, so you can see 1d8. So 7 and 6.
Right, nice.
Oh God, dude, you rolled a 1 in that as well.
Yeah, it's not. I'm 2.
You're having a bad day.
I am having a bad day with my rolls.
So, with Lonuk defeated, the fighting pit has been investigated. There is victory. The gold has been won. Honor has been retained. And word of a man who could have potentially have made a good challenger for Lonuk as well, yet decided not to. The man who bears a bronze blade. Yes. And maybe a clue as to who you're seeking in this feast of welcome.
Yeah.
2 voices
Scanning the crowd the whole time, I think.
Yeah,
Trying to keep an eye out for someone with a bronze blade. But then it's tough, isn't it? Because it'll be in a scabbard, so it's sort of... We need people to draw their blades so that we can see them.
Yep.
Somebody that tough.
A new note of music is struck up as Act 2 of the Mummers play begins. Escandor the Exile, Act 2. The mighty hero has declared his rebellion against Zalax of the Exalted Legion. And you note that this figure is sort of like a lovable outlaw that is always on the run from not only the authority but also his own mysterious past. They're still animals.
They're still animals.
Like it's like basically watching the Robin Hood Disneyland. Like that's basically what they're doing. Is like they're animals, and it is kind of a.
Some bits of the story are quite grown up, so they're making it family friendly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it is very much a Robin Hood-esque tale of Main Realm. Actually, it's sort of like the lovable outlaw that went up against the mighty power of the Exalted Legion. There is another cry from both the archery contest and the magic competition, both of which need investigating. Which do you choose?
Yeah, don't they just?
Or whatever. You do what you want.
I'm gonna have a longing look at the performance going on, with a sort of wish I could just go and watch.
You can go watch if you want.
Wistful.
Do you want to go and watch? Just the rest of this stream is just going to be Rob doing an audio,
describing a
small audio play.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have the script here.
Has any of us
I
got a
thought
bow?
you'd never ask.
Has Ansel got a bow?
No.
No one's got a bow. Okay.
You know that there are bows and throwing cookery and all sorts to be used.
Let's go over there and have a look. Let's just go and watch and see what we can see for a round.
Welcome, says a man who approaches. I'm Brigand of Whist, and I am one of the finest shots around here. This man has sort of like a clipped goatee, feather in his cap, leans sort of casually upon his longbow. Will you be partaking in a bit of sport this afternoon?
We're considering it. We just want to see the level of competition first.
Well, it's been whittled down to the finest in the feast already. Ooh. There's myself, of course, Brigand of Whist, at your service. There's Hunter Rhea, the warrior of Snarewood. And there is the yeoman. And like a mysterious man with like a grey, like thin moustache just goes. Like,
how does the competition work?
Well, very glad you asked, actually. You make a shot. If you hit the white, which is the far outside, it's 1 point. Black, 2, blue, 3, 4 for red, and 5 for the bullseye. Basically, when you roll an attack roll, the total will amount, like the better your shot, the closer to the bullseye you'll be getting. Those points are mounted at the end of the competition.
Well,
5 shots.
Silastra, round 2. Any good with a bow?
Silastra looks and says, "Not for used one for a long time."
He sort of shifts awkwardly and his leather kind of creaks. He's like, I'm not quite sure how to use one myself. But Ansel, you look like a capable person.
I could have a go.
It's
been a long time, but
I mean, could I just lean into the chap that we're speaking to? Could we borrow one?
Yes, of course, they're here. Entry is only a gold piece.
Well, okay. Do we place bets like we did on the other on the fighting over there?
Just a prize total. Whoever wins the gold.
Oh, that's so much nicer. I much prefer that because I didn't want to place a bet on this one. Okay. Do you know what? I'll even here have a gold piece. Ansel.
There's 50 gold pieces to win, so it's well worth the yeah. Well, I admire your courage, but and he sort of like does that with his fingers, like he's got you'll know these, like the braces that protect you from the street. Yeah. Like he clearly is like someone who knows what he's doing. He's that guy at the bowling alley that like is just playing on his own and like strike.
Yep. The only guy wearing a proper bowling shirt.
He has the bowling glove. he's got a glove.
Well, I mean, Ansel, I absolutely believe in you.
Well, nobody said we needed to win these things, did they?
No, we just need to take part. So I'm gonna. There's only a couple of people watching. The archery doesn't seem quite as popular, but I'm gonna go around this side and just stand sort of near these two animals.
Yeah, they sort of like give happy kind of like bows to you and sort of like are like sort of like going, "Oh, do you want to come watch the play?" And you're like, "I'm busy."
Celeste,
My beak's just...
Hold on.
and I just watch in silence.
Celeste is hanging around near the back, but he's you can see his nose is twitching again as his hunter's sense is switched over his child of shadow. So my scent is back, but I'm just standing near the back and listening and watching.
Nice. Okay.
Someone in the chat has already called you Ansel the Accurate, which I feel is quite preemptive, but thank you.
Maybe a little, maybe a little.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you for the encouragement. We will see if it has any bearing on the fate that will now unfold before our waking eyes. So, Ansel, are you the one who's stepping up? Or are you all giving it a go? Are you all giving it a go?
Can we all give it a go?
If you want, it's up to you.
It's only a goal.
No, I want to watch Ansel do it. I genuinely... No. He's not interested.
All right. Well, no. All right. We'll do that.
Like
I think that's fair then, because then he
doesn't know how to use one. He tries, but he puts he kind of picks one up, but he puts the arrow on the wrong side, and it falls off, and he pulls it. Oh crap!
Celeste holds a bow. There's a familiarity of how he holds it, but he just looks at it and he just puts it back and just says,
"Okay, Ansel, you're up then." Brigand of Whist is the first to knock. Ha ha! Thump! And he fires. Oh, and there is a thunk as his arrow hits black, which is it's the second one in. So it's a reasonable shot.
Can I look at the reactions of the other archers? Just want to get a feeling how they feel about each other.
They're sort of kind of like a begrudging thing. Brigand, you note. Oh, give us an insight if you want, like some real juice.
Yeah. What?
Sorry, not insight. Sense motive. 5th edition. You cast 5th edition on me, and
it's stuck.
It lasts for a matter of minutes.
It lasts for 20 minutes plus 4.
16.
16. Yeah. So you note that there's genuine sort of point of disdain from Brigand, as he sees that he didn't make the shot that perhaps he wanted, and he sort of you see his hands do that. I'm better than this. There's a hunger from Hunter Rhea, who is she's kind of dressed in these long furs, and she has sort of this wild look in her eye, and she sort of licks is it the quarrels? No, that's a crossbow, isn't it? What's the name? The fletching at the end of the bow. As she looses, only hits the white on the outside. Kadunk. She looks really annoyed as well. The yeoman gives a nod. Looses. Kathunk goes right in the red. Just off the bullseye. For 4 points. Ansel, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'll take a shot. It's Dex plus space attack.
It is.
7.
You miss the target. It just goes over the top. Unfortunately.
Ansel just shrugs. Oh well.
Bringing a Whist's shot. Possibly a fumble. It's a fumble. I guess, the bow snaps.
Him in the face.
The string snaps and he curses to himself, seeming more panicked now, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Zit Nupwa. Hunter Rhea. Hits white again. The yeoman. Blue is a hit. 3 points. Ash. Ansel. Did you call you Ash then?
Old school. Yeah, I'll take another shot and then I will go and. Who's in last place other than me?
Brigand of Whist.
I'll go and stand next to him after this.
Okay.
9.
It's a miss. So, okay.
Who's in the lead? Is it the Omen?
The yeoman, very much so, is storming ahead, and he looks very, well, I say he looks pleased about it. He sort of looks like indifferent to it. He's like, I do this all the time.
I'm going to speak to Brigand, is it?
Brigand, sorry, I'll put it in the chat. Brigand. I called him Brigand. He's not Brigand, he's Brigand.
Not a Brigand.
Yeah, he obviously gets that mixed up all the time.
And nods towards the Omen and says, "Wouldn't it be great if somebody took him down a peg or two?"
Oh, I wish. I always see him at these things. He's always winning the prize money that could be used to feed my family. Like he has sort of like an outburst. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, it's a lot riding on this for me, you know?
No, anger is pure emotion.
He spits on the ground. As it was your turn, it is now his turn. He takes another shot. Come on, he says. Misses with a 3.
Oh no!
The gods! They spit on me! He's like, and now you understand why, he's like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose. I need to win this money. I've come all this way. Whist in Ireland, for fuck's sake.
Yes, it is.
Whist in Ireland. Oh my god.
Hunter Rhea looses a shot.
You can't even get home.
Hits for the white again.
Oh no.
Yeoman.
I would like the Omen to perform a will save.
You will attempt it. He rolls an 11 in total.
That is a fail.
Okay, he takes the
The
shot.
Omen,
It would be a hit unless something happens.
he's now at -2 on attack saves, checks, and weapon damage.
Then his points are reduced to below white. He misses.
What did you do?
What happens?
So, to everyone else, not very much. But for the Omen, everything around him just looks a bit darker than before. The target feels further away. It's like, in that camera effect where
Jaws.
everything just stretches out.
Mm.
And he just doesn't... He feels unlucky all of a sudden.
What is this witchcraft?
Yes, very interesting. Very good. It's all bleeding coming together, but not for the Omen who misses. Ansel, it's your turn.
Yeah. He's not even trying now, really. He's just like, whatever.
My good lord, Ansel.
It's a fumble, potentially a fumble, so roll it again.
14.
Just a miss. Just pings off the archery butt.
Ansel just...
2 shots each remaining. Brigand of Whist begins to weep openly as he rolls a 3.
He begins to weep openly. Oh, I feel really
I spent so much money, he yells. Just getting here.
Oh my god!
Ansel gets in his ear again, and he's like, "The Omen always gets in your way, doesn't he? It's always him."
Hunter Rhea scores a shot on the black, bringing their total to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total.
Why did Brigand enter the archery? Why didn't he try something
Almost
else?
worse than me.
You should have stayed at home, Brigand.
What was he thinking?
Hunter Rhea shot. Yeoman. Is that a -2 still? Minus.
Yes, but I don't know how able to do this, but I would like to make a touch attack on him.
Yeah, you can do that. You can sort of see if you can
A
nudge him.
ranged touch attack. Sorry, it's range.
Oh.
I don't even have to be touching him.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I missed. Unless his armor is.
I'm going to do a
0.
check to see if anyone notices anything, unless you try and conceal it with a bluff.
I'll try and
I'm
conceive
watching.
it. But I
I'm
don't
watching
have a
like a
lot.
hawk. I want to know what he's doing. I'm not bothered if the rest of the crowd see it. I'll try and encourage them away, but I want to know.
Do
He just
do a spot
he's
check.
made a big sort of
Then
swipe.
If you beat 8, then you see him.
I will do a spot check. And
Everyone
I
as well.
will probably not beat 8. 7, I said, didn't I?
Let's
I
see.
manifest my own universe. What can I say?
I will. Hey, there we
Oh,
go.
me.
19.
Yeah, you see Ansel do something really peculiar.
Yeah, he makes a sort of sweeping gesture, tries to hide it in sort of just a flourish as he turns, but he just next to the omen, just by his feet, all of the grass just wilts and just looks really unwell, and some of it is just like a puff in front of it of grass that flies up, but the grass around him sort of looks sickly.
Okay.
Can I do some sort of spellcraft knowledge arcana check to try and figure out what he's doing?
Knowledge arcana.
Oh no,
I believe, yeah.
I didn't.
You didn't
I
see
Oh no, you didn't see it, did you? No, you
Roll
didn't
a
see it.
seven.
I don't have spellcraft and knowledge arcana, so I won't. I'm
Ansel,
just like,
did you make your shot as well? Sorry,
Yes, I missed.
you did.
Very poorly.
You missed. Yes.
Wow, you've missed a lot, but that's fine.
Every shot.
Every shot. Last shot of the round. Last shot of the whole competition. Brigade of Whist. Deep breath.
Did the omen take his shot? Yeah.
Come
He
on,
didn't.
Brigade.
No, he didn't. You're right.
He's at -2 from before as well.
And then it's your next shot. Yes, that's where I was getting confused. Yes, so,
Come on,
you
Brigade.
so he's just at -2. That is still a hit,
Yeah.
but not a very good hit. So he hits the white. So what distracts him?
So on this one, what's around us? Is there?
Tuft of grass. There's the sort of like archery stand at the front. There's lots of arrows in like wicker baskets. Their fletchings pointing up.
He sees Ansel's previous shot, and it just catches his eye where it's gone. And for a second, it looks like it's embedded itself in a small creature, and it's just dying very slowly. And then he blinks it away, and it's gone. But just for a moment, it looks awful.
My God.
what?
Your shot, Ansel.
Let's see if I can actually hit something today. 11.
11 is a miss.
I
I realised that I did Brigade of Whist, I did the Yeomans, I did yours, I didn't do Hunters, Hunter Raya, so there we go. Hunter Raya also misses. It's not been a very good archery competition, I'm afraid. So
Those are the best of the best, you know.
Hunter Raya misses that one. So in last place, someone comes along like announcing and says, "In last place we have." Sorry, I didn't catch your name. He looks at you, Ansel.
You can call me Ansel.
In last place, the noble Ansel, with a grand total of 0. There's sort of like a polite smattering of applause.
Ansel bows and just drops the bow on the ground.
Next up with 3 points is Brigade of Whist. For fuck's sake! He's saying, like, as he's like already storming away, heading towards the tavern. Where is he?
Ansel will follow him.
Okay.
The chap says Ansel the inaccurate.
So Hansel off he goes down here. But yeah, you can follow him if you want. I'll put a symbol on him so you know who he is. Let's see.
Brigade.
Brigade of. I'll put Brigade blue for Brigade. There we go. He's got a blue dot on him. There you go. And as you following the announcements continue, then in second place it's Hunter Raya. She just gives like a furious look. She bares her teeth, and sort of like wildly stalks off. And of course, the winner, as always, the Yeoman and he does this. Doesn't say
Is
a
it
word.
the omen or the yeoman?
The yeoman, not the omen.
Oh,
Oh,
I thought he said the
missed-
omen.
No,
Omen
the
is much more
yeoman.
impressive.
That's hilarious. You thought he was called the omen the whole time.
Yeah.
Maybe everyone
Wishful
did.
thinking.
I guess that's my pronunciation. You follow him. What is the last thing you do? Right, well, you just tell me what you do at the moment, Ansel. I say, what's the last thing you do? That sounded intimidating.
He's just going to commiserate. He's going to be like, unlucky. Perhaps the next time the yeoman won't do the same competition.
There is a crash of a cymbal being struck on the stage. The audience cry out with joy as the play comes to a riveting climax of the interval, and that's where we're going to take our break as well. So go and get a drink, and we'll be back very shortly because we have a lot to do this session. That fight took a long time. We'll be back.
So many bad rolls.
So they were just swinging and missing each other a lot.
I'm gonna stick
It was
here
a
for
gun.
like 2 seconds. I'm just gonna read through the chat. So if anyone's shouting out, anyone wants to ask any questions, I will do. The rest of you, go grab yourself a drink, and we'll continue in a moment. I'll just have a quick check because I haven't had a chance to see who we got in the chat today. Hot Ross Buns.
Great name.
It's a great name. Thank you ever so much for stopping by, Hot Ross Buns. Much appreciated. It looks like the Hot Ross Buns also thought he was called the Yeoman. So sorry, the Omen. So there we go. Right. Anyway, thanks for watching Hot Ross Buns. We'll be back. And we're back. And as the music strikes up once again, there is a cry, as I mentioned. The mummers have taken a bow. They're having like a 5-minute break before they're back on. And there is a gasp of delight and awe as some dazzling lights begin to erupt from this area here. There is a sort of what looks like a rudimentary magic circle that has been pressed into the ground, like when visitors make them in the grass. Surrounding the circle, there are a number of like brightly painted rocks, and glittering sort of dust hangs in the air. Someone who dressed in a long yellow cape begins to dazzle the crowd in his attempt to win the magic competition. Everyone is in awe.
I just want to quickly move over to the Omen. The Yeoman.
We can call him the Omen if you prefer.
I like the Omen.
He's the Yeoman. The Omen Yeoman. There we go. Omen the Yeoman.
Omen the Yeoman. I've got Scent active. Is there anything weird or old I get from being around him or any of the other archers, or is it fairly nondescript and fairly...
No, but as you do that, give me a listen check. You can all give me a listen check.
17.
It's actually not as bad as I thought. 13.
So, Lasta, you're the only one. You ever hear someone saying, well, that Ansel was... did you say his name was Ansel? He wasn't particularly great, nor was that Brigand of Whist. But much better than that other guy from earlier. It was almost like he couldn't see at all. Yeah, was he blind? Pretty blade on him. But, obviously not much of a shot.
Right, so bronze blade, maybe blind.
Roll up, join the magic competition. Behold, as Pogwillin casts his spell. Oh, everyone gasps as Pogwillin casts Glitter Dust.
Wow.
Ooh.
Make a will save.
Really? Genuinely?
Yes.
I'll do it.
Is it a spell or a spell-like ability?
It's a spell.
21.
Will.
24.
I thought you guys were level 3. That's amazing. 21, 24.
That's some of the best rolls we've had all
They
day.
are, like, literally, we've ever played in this game.
My fortitude save was probably the only good one I've done so far.
Well, this is a will save, Michael.
11.
Silassa, you turn around and, like, you smell sort of like the scent of something sweet in the air. You turn around and just this blazing magical light just rushes into your eyes for a second as you are blinded from glitter dust.
How much of the crowd is now blind?
Basically, all of them, all like, oh, like they're all like freaking out, like people clawing at their face, like, Pogwillin, why have you done this? Pogwillin is his song.
Sorry, Pogwillin. I want that name.
Pogwilly.
I'll put it in the chat.
Yes, please. Pogwillin. I actually love that. Brilliant name.
Pogwillin,
the overzealous caster.
very much an overzealous caster who is just let loose with like a first level spell, I think it is, like, or it might be a cantrip, I don't know. But and people are like yelling at him. This is meant to be like an enjoyable affair, and you've blinded us. My eyes, my beautiful eyes! Someone else screams. Like someone falls over behind him. Pogwillen, nervous-looking younger wizard, and clearly has lots to learn. And he sort of looks around very bashful, and sort of like walks off. Who shall step up? Who shall perform the feat of wonder?
We all look to Obsidian.
Obsidian just sort of steps back a little bit and then just sidles up behind Ansel and goes, You did some stuff earlier. You can believe in you. Come on.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Obsidian.
He's doing some little gestures. You look like you got some tricks. I can't do it.
I saw you do some gestures in the fight pit.
Yeah, okay, you did, but it's not the sort of gesture that you do in the open in front of people. see how they got upset because that guy blinded them. If I go out there, they'll be more upset.
Someone else steps up and like raises their hands, and the grass circle suddenly gets a little bit wilder as someone attempts to cast Entangle, but just some small weeds grow on one side of the circle.
I mean, okay. Fine. Obsidian does a little sort of stretch, and then he walks kind of shyly into the middle, and he's really nervous, but he's trying not to show it. He's trying to kind of do a little strut.
Yeah, he's trying, yeah. Everyone's sort of like, suddenly their eyes are drawn to you, this mysterious figure creaking in his new leather. His mysterious mask is the thing that most people like are like sort of drawn to. Your mask isn't furry and fun.
Yeah, like, that's... He kind of stands for a second, and he's weighing it up, because he's got in big trouble occasionally for doing this in public. So he just kind of... His cane just slides through his hand to the floor, and he puts it to the floor and sort of leans on it. And he holds one hand out to the side, and just sort of his hand gestures move, and just from here in the ground, a skeletal hand bursts out of the floor.
Oh no!
Grass, and then another one grabs the grass and claws, and this thing comes out of the grass, and this skeleton starts to pull itself up out of the ground, but like it's got hair, and the hair is sort of in a beautiful tight bun, and it's sort of swelled at the back, and it's got rouge on, and like really well drawn eyebrows, and it's kind of wearing a sort of attractive gown, as this skeleton basically stands next to him and just starts doing a little dance. And he's just standing there holding it, and everything about him starts to tint slightly green.
I'm trying to find a relevant... That's quite a fun one.
But it's a very pretty skeleton.
Well, that's the best I can do right now. I'll have to invest in some...
Cool. That's perfect. That's actually perfect. So yeah, so I'll have that hand out over the top of it, and he's basically puppeteering this thing, and it looks like it's been dressed for its own kind of for its own funeral.
Hang
and
on,
made up
I'll give you control
really well
of your skellies. Apologies, it's taking a little while for some reason. Why are you making me do this? Just... not you. Not you. Sorry, I mean, why is this not letting me select? It's so weird. There you go. There you go. You should have control.
Wicked. So essentially, it sort of dances around a little bit in a circle, and it's clearly in like a funeral gown.
People begin to run,
and it has coiffed hair. And it's beautiful.
People
Hansel's
run.
Gonna shout, what a
They
fantastic
scream.
macabre
They run.
illusion!
There's a panic. Like, honestly, people are horrified. Pogwillen is standing there saying, "That's not a puppet." Well, little does he know that it is.
Yeah, I think Obsidian sort of. Where's Pogwellin? Where is he?
Oh,
Where is he?
sorry,
Where is
Paul Gwilyn is here. He's the blue one in the yellow. He's this one
he?
here.
Obsidian
I'll
just
give
sort
him a
of-
colour as well.
Obsidian figures in for a penny. So at that point, whilst the skeleton is dancing around him, I'm going to do an intimidate check.
Oh my god!
And he points at
What's
Pogwellin
going over
and
here?
he says, "To me, you're all puppets."
Make a roll.
He said he shouldn't do it. 14.
Those words, everyone just like staggers back, horrified. Silasta and Ansel, you watch on as the crowd, bewildered, begin to scream out. People come rushing from the fight pit as well, like to see what's happening.
Oops.
I'm gonna call in and be like, "Say it's an illusion, you fool!"
Oh. And he will. Does he really want to? I mean, he is kind of.
They're gonna fucking kill you.
He will say, "Fear not, for I'm always in control." And he clenches his fist, and it crumbles to dust as he dismisses the spell. Dancing, 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 crumbles to dust.
That's what it is. It's just.
And then just. Are you not entertained? Told you. He sort of slowly walks over to Ansel and says, "I told you, I'm not that sort of caster."
A skeleton. Is
Oh
all he
my
could do.
goodness.
It was pretty. What do you want from me?
Something a little bit more family friendly.
I mean, it was pretty. It looked professionally done.
I loved it.
Prides himself on his.
Mr. Bedmask.
Yeah, they kind of like the audience are kind of like unsure and kind of like dumbfounded, but from what has gone from just like flashy tricks of light to making grass grow a bit longer, to see like a completely public display of necromancy. Everyone give me a history check if you have it. If not, straight intelligence.
I have to really hope it's not illegal here. I hadn't checked. I know it is in some places.
I have history, but it's a straight roll.
I do not have history. Like I said, Arcana and religion.
10.
So it'll.
Obsidian, you already know this, so I was just giving it for the benefit of the others.
Oh, okay, cool.
You see, so you guys don't really know, but Obsidian, you know already, having a background of such that around this neck of the woods in particular, there are storied legends of dreadful necromancers that have been at large in this part of Main Realm. And those fears run deep, even now.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm here. And not... yeah.
Yeah. But someone approaches you and says, this guy here, actually, I should have said, he was the one who was sort of like overseeing it. He comes forth. This guy who walks into the circle here. Yeah.
And my Skelly bites his face off. No,
the Skelly's still there? Yeah, Skelly's gone.
No, the Skelly's gone. I disintegrated it.
Okay, I'll just pop him there for now. There we go. He stands forth and he says, the rules are nebulous for this competition. But it is clearly the most proficient display of magic, and people lose their minds. They're like, are you kidding? He's a necromancer! Get him! Get him! And he puts a hand and he says, it is quite clear that whatever magic that occurs within this circle cannot be judged. It cannot be reckoned with, and it answers to no one. And he will answer to no one, rather. And they're like, you may have this. And he produces a small, like, looks almost like a leather satchel, but like for scrolls, and produces them. This is before. I'm giving this to you before anything else happens. I want you to take these and I want you to go. Is that understood?
Sorry, what is it? What is it he's actually giving me to start with?
He's giving you a satchel with some scrolls in. Congratulations.
Oh, lovely.
I don't know if you can cast them though, but never mind.
I mean, I highly doubt that any of them are necromancy.
No, they're not.
Frowned upon.
You get a scroll of disrupt undead. No.
So what happens is I take the bag. I turn. I walk this direction. I throw it to the floor at Pogwillin's feet, and I say, I have no need for trinkets. And then I strut away in this direction before just turning back and saying, I'll leave when I'm ready. And then I look at Ansel and go, and just give him the double thumbs up.
Pogwillin like stares at you with you. Maybe it's fear, maybe it's awe. Yeah, you stride away, having won the magic competition.
Can I go and try and grab the scrolls before?
Before Pogwillin notices, or before he can get to them?
Before he can get to them.
Oh yeah, I didn't consider that, but then I haven't seen you do anything, so I don't know what you do.
Yeah, you can make an attempt, and like he'll go to grab them, but then you go to grab them as well. So we'll just call it a straight grapple off your grapple modifier against his.
We're assholes. I love it.
Clearly.
Apparently, I didn't.
He grabs onto them and but he's just got his fingers on them, not expecting to for what happens. How do you wrench it away from him?
So he doesn't grab the scroll, he grabs the guy's hand and his fingers wrap around the wrist. And he just hard enough that his hand and he catches the scroll. He's like, just because he doesn't want them doesn't mean they're not his. And walks off.
Or definitely turns to fear. Pogwillin stumbles backwards and sort of staggers away into the crowd.
Could say
and is on his way.
You could say we are bad motherfuckers.
Now, unfortunately, due to the commotion with the necromancy, any form of investigation or listening kind of check goes by the wayside because everyone fucking pegged
That's all
it.
anyone can talk about.
Yeah.
Is there kind of anyone that we notice that really is less bothered, or seems like they're perhaps trying to be less bothered?
Give me a spot check.
Sort of scan the crowd and see if anyone looks as if they're trying to, the natural reaction isn't there to what they just seen.
Give me a spot check. Oh, I've zoomed out a bit. There we go.
3. I have no idea. I think the problem is he can just hear his heartbeat in his ears because he's shitting himself. He was trying to play it so cool. He's walking away and shaking in his boots.
So
his new leather boots.
Who got higher? Was it who got? Was Ansel? Was that your spot check? 15.
Oh, I haven't read.
Oh yeah. Well, you don't have to if you don't want to, but if you want to, then make a roll. Salasta got 16.
Yeah.
What's with me?
Ansel and I were busy. Being pricks.
Salasta, during the panic, it's almost like you saw like a face here for a second, or someone watching, and then as your eyes turn to look over at that tent, boom, it's gone.
You hid that well, didn't you, in the map? Right. I'm not gonna...
As you go around the corner, there is an undeniable amount of blood that coats the grass behind the tent.
Uh-oh. I look around to see if I can make eye contact with Obsidian or Ansel. I'm just like...
Obsidian's watching the show. He's walked away and he's just stood dead still watching the animals.
Do I spy Ansel? Or is Ansel busy talking?
I think that's probably during the course of him retrieving the scrolls, right?
Then...
Yeah, so you're just looking around there on your own for the time being. Unless you want to call them over, but that's up to you.
I can make a bit of noise later if I need it, so I'm just going to... Over. Hood still up, hands in pockets. Just...
peer around the corners of the many tents that are spread out. As you pass tent after tent, you note that there's sort of costuming, there's old bits of props and stuff. These colourful wagons are that of the mummers troupe. And the tents match with their carts. You know, they sort of like use it as a way to like draw people to them, having these colourful tents and carts that they travel main around with their many different plays, their repertory performance. However, as you draw closer to the blue tent, it is undeniable that something dreadful has happened here. A vast amount of blood indicates that someone, it takes no check to tell, has been horrifically stabbed in the back and dragged inside the tent to be concealed. Can you give me a heal or survival check if you have it?
I'll go heal, and I'm just going to also utter sloppy.
Yeah.
Well...
5. God.
No, you can't really tell anything about this, about the nature of this, other than the obvious that they were stabbed. But like, yeah, you're like, this is odd. The man is actually in a state of undress as well, as if clothes were taken from him, perhaps.
Oh, this could get grim. Like, whoa.
I'm going to look around for clues in the tent as to what mummer this person may be impersonating. I may not be the most charismatic of people, but I'm certainly quite wise, and I could think I figure out someone is impersonating a performer.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to see if I can get a clue as to who that might be in the tent.
Yeah, definitely. There's all sorts of different signs. There's an old tanning frame that's used for pelts and stuff. As you might recall, the costumes have been made out of like treated animal pelts. They tried to make them look appealing, but they're like, you know those awful bad taxidermy books that you can buy where there's just awful pictures of bad taxidermy. That's what you've got. And as you turn around, boom, you come face to face with a half-made mask. This mask obviously belongs to the player who gets dressed in this tent. And that mask belongs to that of a wolf. Half-made.
I'm going to step out and just... No, just completely casual, blending in. Just walk out past, hands back in pockets, hood still up, and just have a look at the stage.
The next act has begun. And as you're watching, there's a number of performers there. There's like the guy who's almost like a compere, almost like the narrator of a Greek-esque chorus kind of style, like begins announcing that, like, you know, that the next act is beginning. I stall as I bring up my notes. How
is the
Zalax.
murderer a furry?
So Zalax.
That's what I mean. This is getting grim, right? There's like a naked dead body. It's a furry dude. It's a weird, creepy serial killer
Zalax,
thing
the
going on.
of the Exalted Legion, believed the Azamar. This is like the rough like gist of the play. Believed that the Azamar who arrived upon this plane, they believed them to be favoured by the gods themselves and given divine right to rule over the people of Main Realm. For the free peoples, this spelled the beginning of a dictatorship. Escandor, True Light, they named him, rebelled against his evil uncle. He sided with the free races, and for that he was exiled. He lived the life of an outlaw with those faithful to his cause before uniting the people of Main Realm in the True Light Rebellion. The Exalted Legion was toppled, and they like begin like this battle scene where they're sort of like moving backwards and forwards. The person who's playing Escandor. Sorry, I do apologise. The person who's playing Escandor is the Badger. The sort of the narrator is the pirate cat here. For some reason, there's a lot of mixed messages in this play.
I love it.
But you note, as the battle is taking place, the commotion has allowed the old wolf on the wings.
Just want to say, this wolf here is my favourite because he looks like he's kind of grinning during the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. He is. He's got this mysterious grin on his face, and it doesn't take a spot check to note that there are dark stains that cover part of his fur.
It's my favourite one. He's wicked.
And
no.
it's almost like he's using the battle to steal his way behind the curtain, and he vanishes out of sight for a moment.
Well, I didn't see anything about the tent or anything, so I mean, I wouldn't know.
Nope.
That anything was going on there with that guy. I would just think that that's his costume and he's gone off stage. So I'm just gonna carry on watching.
Yeah, I'm sat cross-legged, like enraptured, watching the show.
I'm trying to think of a way to get their attention as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Silence won't do it.
No, that's what I
So I stay completely silent.
I'll get their attention.
Hope they notice
I
me.
do nothing.
They'll
He's-
read my mind.
Again, he's quite meek, so he's just like, oh no, I can't do anything flashy. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm just literally gonna just leg it.
Classic introvert trying to get your attention. Like,
Oh God. I'll just run then to Ansel, and I'm like, follow me.
okay.
Get the other one. Obsidian. And then
I'll
I'm
fetch
just...
the necromancer. He taps
Ooh.
Obsidian on the shoulder.
Obsidian is looking really stern and cool when you tap him on the shoulder. He's like, "Ugh." He's expecting someone to come and stab him. It's like, what? Oh my god. I mean, yes. Where are we going? Oh, okay. I'm coming. Tootle, tootle, tootle. Oh my god, I overtake you. It's a race. Aha. Oh, don't.
No. Get back here.
Where are we going?
Careful.
What is it?
What are we doing?
Fist
This
fighter.
way?
The murderer.
Where did they go?
Right. Stop. Matt,
We've
move back one
merged.
square. Can you both please perform a spot check, please?
Just give you a little hug.
as you
I've already got it
move
set.
around the corner.
15.
14.
Okay. So you both go around the corner at the same time, is that what we're saying? Looks
Pretty
like
much,
it, doesn't
yeah.
it? Yeah, looks like it. So Matt,
I think we
roll
both
me,
basically go around.
yeah, roll me a
John.
D4. No, sorry, stop. Did you give me a spot check already? I should have got that result first. I do apologise. Give me a spot check first.
Mine was 14.
Oh, you did. You already did.
Silastas
Yeah.
was 15.
15. Right. Okay. Yeah. In that case, then Obsidian, please give me a roll of a D4. 1 or 2, it's Silasta. 3 or 4, it's you. Silasta, what is your flat-footed armor class?
I mean that with
13.
love.
13. From on
I think you'll note,
high.
actually, from the tokens, I'm clearly using him as a human shield.
Thanks.
From on high. A terrifying man in a taxidermy stitched together wolf mask drops from his hiding spot at the top of the gate where he's waiting for you. He lunges down and slams a bronze short sword into your chest for a sneak attack.
Oh,
Oh no.
Bam! It just slices into your side, and it does. Could have been much, much worse. 8 points of piercing damage. Slices into you, and I ask now, roll initiative.
First proper group combat, guys.
10.
Oh,
Good.
four.
11.
Same as last time, Obsidian, Celasta, Ansel.
I'm thinking that he may go first.
Well,
There is
should be
potential.
first.
Sorry, could you read them out for me? I was a bit slow off the mark there. Had to get the music going.
Obsidian gets an 11.
Okay.
Celasta, 10.
And Ansel got a 4.
We went in order for you to make
Yeah,
it easy.
obviously.
Yeah.
Which is really handy. He goes again. Top
Oh,
of the
I knew
initiative.
Oh
that.
boy.
You remain flat-footed, Silasta.
Ah, feck.
Yep.
Let's see.
My beak
What
is
was your
just
flat-footed
over
again,
your
sorry?
shoulder while this is happening.
13.
That is also a hit. That's a 14 on the die.
Mm-hmm.
6 points of piercing. Like, he drives this bronze-looking short sword into you, draws it back, blood like flying off it in an arc into an inverted grip, and then he just slices hard. So the blade just basically cuts straight through your side. Blood begins to pour from you. It is now Obsidian's turn.
I will essentially, staying exactly where I am, I just just point a finger around Silasta and aim at this guy on a range touch attack. So this is on his touch armor class.
Okay.
21. Oh my God.
21 hits his touch armor class quite easily.
Lovely stuff. So he will take only 2 points of strength damage because I rolled a 1! But 2 points of strength damage.
First time we're not seeing it obscured by the fight pit crowd. What does it look like as you cast a spell?
So I think it's kind of like a build of just sort of green energy around his hand. He builds it up and then he just fires it out. And I don't know really points particularly. It's more like an outreached hand and like a skeletal hand, but with like perfectly painted, beautiful pink nails, flies towards him and just hits him in the face. And he feels weakened by that.
Yeah, you see him sort of like stagger back from the wilting necromantic power that strikes him, but he still stands.
I will also take 2 steps back.
Step back, like you strike and move. Silaster.
Hey. Let's see.
Silaster's taken such a beating this session.
Yeah.
I did not see that coming, to be honest.
No. He is going to dart with his cloak of deception as he turns invisible, moving at breakneck speed. I can't fit the other one to do that.
Did you say great neck?
Well, I meant to say breakneck.
My neck is so great, I can move fast.
He's going to move to
Like an ostrich.
here,
Yeah, that's exactly.
and he's, whilst invisible, and this won't break invisibility, thankfully, he's going to take a potion. I'm going to take my my most expensive potion, Cure Moderate Wounds.
No way. Yeah, you feel your flesh knitting back together. You get 21 HP back. Lovely.
So swift to turn, move, standard for potion. That's it.
Yeah. The far sight agent glares at you from behind like glassy black eyes that have been sewn into this wolf's mask. But it isn't his turn, Ansel.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop round the corner to get line of sight. I can't really work out which way I'm facing that way, I think. And then I'm going to attempt a ranged touch attack on him.
Very well, make it.
I hope that my ranged attacks do a little better. 22.
Hits the touch armor class.
So he takes 5 points of damage, and I'd like him to make a fortitude save.
He'll attempt it. That is 17.
That's a pass, unfortunately. So that is the standard action and the move, and as a swift action, I would like him to perform a will save.
Oh my goodness. Oh, not so good at all. That's a 12.
That's a fail, and he is cursed.
What does it look like as you lance this terrible power upon him?
So the first strike is like he swings out with his hand, and just a horrible cut opens up underneath through the costume. But he obviously manages to ignore the effect of that one. But as he looks at who did it, again, it's like the vision stretches out and becomes distorted, and the figure starts to stretch and become even more disturbingly tall. And the dark shadows become even darker to him. It's just he doesn't like this feeling.
There's a grim weight that has fallen upon him as like he is hit with this power. He's sort of seeing that there's three of you. You sort of like you perhaps didn't realise that you were going to go and call your mates over before following him. He clearly was hoping to lure you this way and then get you Silaster, and nearly did. And he's looking from one to the other, and then he just rips the wolf mask off, and it flies away off the cliff face to reveal what would be a perfectly ordinary-looking man, sort of like slick brownish hair, fairly unrecognisable, fairly bland face, but his eyes are made of metal. And it's almost like he's looking at you as if like weighing each of you up, almost sort of like coldly, mechanically, almost. And then Bronze Blade goes up, and you see this sort of like energy on the blade for a moment, before he decides. He's going to strike. Did you vanish, Silaster?
Yes, I'm invisible.
You're not there. He's going to go after Obsidian then, in that case, because you're the next closest. If I can select you. If I can select him, sorry. This man, these terrible metal eyes behold you.
There you go.
No. Go back where you were. I've got him now.
I jest. I will not run onto his blade.
He rushes, and like I said, there's like a onto his blade for a second, and he then strikes at you. What is your armor class?
It is 15.
That's a hit.
Lovely.
That is 6 points of slashing damage. Sorry, piercing damage. He sort of like does like a sidestep and then like comes at you from a completely different angle to what you would expect. Partial defense is the blade, this dreadful bronze blade, like sinks deep, and it's almost like this power reverberates through you for a second as he makes his strike. And he says, "The court of whispers will not get away with this transgression." He like growls as he like strikes at you. That is.
It doesn't cut as deep as he thought it would.
Yes, very good. Yeah, you sort of if there was a glint in his hide, there would be like a oh. That was odd when he like put the blade in you. That was his turn. Yeah, he moved and then he struck, and that was it. That's him. So we are now on Obsidian's turn.
Okay.
Obsidian, you're behind him for some reason. Did you move him there again?
No, I'm here. I'm in front of him.
Oh, it hasn't updated. There we go. Yeah, a bit of a lag on this browser here. Yeah, it's your turn, Obsidian. What do you do?
Oh, I see. Yeah, on the thing.
Yeah. It's back. It's sorted.
It's
now.
fine.
It's sorted.
Yeah.
So
basically, I will. I'll reach out and I'll touch him if I can.
If you can,
13 on his touch armor class.
is a hit on his touch.
Lovely stuff. Okay, so I do a touch, and then can he do a fortitude save of 17, please?
That is a fail.
Okay, so I will sap. Essentially what happens is I reach forward, his face is now uncovered, so I just grab him by the face, and now you can see why my fingertips are the only bit of me that's uncovered, because everything I do, I basically have to touch them to do it, so the leather would get in the way. And as I do that, you just sort of see his face go really pale, and a wave of colour moves through my fingers, and you imagine into me underneath the thing as I gain back 3 hit points, and he takes 3 hit points of damage.
Like life force drawn from him as like he understands finally what he's standing before.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on your turn, Obsidian?
I mean,
Movement,
well, I was thinking more along the lines of an intimidate, but is that an action? I know speaking is a free action.
Oh, yeah, I'll allow you to an intimidate. That's fine.
But okay, so I would like to intimidate him. I will roll before I say, so I know roughly.
Yeah.
Only 14. That's not great.
But bear in mind, he is at -2 for skill checks and saves.
So
he is at -2. What do you say?
Well, as I'm holding on to his face, I'm sort of pull his face slightly further towards my beak. And he just hears from sort of behind the mask, everything that Obsidian says is slightly muzzled anyway. And he just hears, "You will fall at our hands. I don't care what your eyes look like."
Very cool. Yeah, you see like a jerk of hesitation from him as like you grab onto him, like a little bit of fear perhaps induced by whatever curse has befallen him. Let's see. That was Obsidian. Silaster.
So my invisibility drops. As it does, you can see I swiftly adopt my Child of Shadow stance, and you can see just the dark mist clinging onto me as I run in behind him. And so I just dart in, and it's almost like a jump as I raise a fist to the back of his head.
Nice.
As I go for a clinging shadow strike.
We are flanking, I believe.
Yeah.
You are flanking, yes. +2.
I have got that added on. Hey! 22.
It's a hit.
Roll then.
You smash
Lovely.
into him.
Excellent.
Silastar.
This does extra damage. As this is a clinging... 5. That's still okay. It does 5 points of damage, but I've done it to the back of his head, and I need him to make a fortitude save, DC 14.
At -2.
At -2. That's a very high roll. Unfortunately, he succeeds.
That's all right. I still have concealment because I moved, but that's it. He doesn't get the extra benefit of that.
Okay.
Maneuver.
Yeah, you slam into him, and like this is exactly what he didn't want. He's now closed in with you on either side of him. That was your turn, Silastar. Ansel.
So Ansel's gonna move slightly just to get a better line of sight. If I can, yep. Just 5 foot step, and then he's going to attempt a ranged touch attack again.
Okay.
21.
Hit.
So it does d6 damage, and I'll need him to do another fortitude save. Takes 5 points of damage.
So 18 on the die. What's the DC?
15.
Sorry, but he takes how many damage?
Okay.
5 damage.
5 damage.
He is not looking good. Like, what does it look like as you hit him with whatever you're hitting him with?
So this time he's. It's only really to him that can see it, but Ansel reaches up to his eyes and goes, "I can do eye tricks too," and pops out both his eyes and flings them, and they just. And where they hit, it just burns into him.
Like he staggers back, like hits into like Silastar, like finds himself trapped in front of Obsidian, and he looks directly into your mask, Obsidian, and he says, in response to what you said, "I am an agent of far sight. I do not fall to my enemies, but to my own hand." He is going to
Robbed! No!
He is going to perform a tumble, which
Is it
is
-2 skill
DC.
check?
He is.
He's
It's 2 attacks of opportunity, so whatever the tumble is for that.
20.
Yep.
if he's just leaving, it's
Yes.
17. If he's got to pass through, it will be. I can quickly check.
Way more than that.
If he does this, I know I want to say something to his fucking dying face.
Well, that's it. He says, "But to my own," and you think almost like he brings up the blade, but then you see his stone eyes glance at the edge, and he just hurls himself off the cliff.
Oh my god.
And with that, he just disappears over the edge, and you're just able to look over in time as you watch his body crash into the rocks below and be enveloped by the waves.
Shit.
And with that, the battle is done. You stand victorious. Your mark met and neutralized.
Is he still visible?
Give me a spot check.
16.
16.
20.
Maybe the odd fragment of wolf costume floating in the surf.
Yeah, there's no land down there, is there? It's just water. Mm-hmm. There's nothing to land on.
Yeah, he just fucking went.
Oh man.
And is fucking gone. Crack smashed against the rocks. Or was he?
Or was it?
Or was he? I mean, I
Don't see a body. We don't have proof of the kill.
You saw him fall a massive drop and smash into rocks. I can confirm that.
Yeah.
It's more for the
yeah.
You
the
saw him
dwarfs.
smash into rocks, and it's a very long drop into the sea. But that is your mark. Met your mission a success at the Feast of Welcome.
Dwarf.
Well, he said he was going to meet you at the port settlement, which is known as Bright Harbour. But he bids you to go there tomorrow and to rest here in the rooms that you're paid for, and then you'll be able to depart. Unless there's anything you wish to do.
I mean, Silas, do you think he was coming back here for a reason, for his own reason, or for like to get us back here, you back here?
Silas is quiet for a bit. I didn't try to hide.
No. Okay. I just wonder if there was some reason he was back here. I know they're interested in artifacts and stuff, and I mean, there's this big thing here, which is a big old ruin artifact. So,
Yeah, he stabbed someone in a tent.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
I wonder why. Why did he need to be in a costume?
That's really unfortunate. Should we report that now? Should we go and say, oh, excuse me, everybody, we found a... Spoil everyone's fun, wouldn't it?
Didn't really gain anything from it.
No, but I mean, it's probably should.
You do that. I'm going to sleep.
What? Wait, why was it? Why did he? I don't understand why he was in a costume.
Yeah, I don't really know what he was doing. That's kind of that's the weird thing, isn't it? And we don't know what he had on his person because he jumped off.
He must have wanted to go backstage for some reason. Otherwise, why would you? Why would you need disguise?
Well, maybe we did what we need to do. We dispatched him, which is what we were told, and we can tell this stuff to the dwarf. And hopefully get some information from him. He might know what he was up to. Might have an idea what he was up to, or it might not be any of our business. Incidentally, are you okay, Ansel?
I'm fine. Why?
With the and the throwing of the body parts.
There was nothing.
There was nothing. It didn't look like nothing.
His eyes aren't gone now.
Well, no. I mean, I assumed he was looking at me, so if they were, I think you would have mentioned, I would have gone, dude, he's got no eyes left. But yeah.
Probably just a trick of the light, necromancer.
Yeah. Okay. Some form of magic person that I don't understand yet, but can do cool stuff. Interesting. I like it. I think we could be best friends.
We'll see.
I think on that line it might be a... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I want to investigate the area. I want to know what he wanted.
I mean, okay.
We didn't even look
saying
around
this,
here.
but like we could have a search for sure if you would like. Not very good at that sort of thing, but I'll give it a go. I'm going to do a search check to try and search for anything that I think might have been relevant to that guy, anything conspicuous just around the sort of ruin area and backstage.
Okay, yeah. Do a search.
3. I said I wasn't very good at it.
I will join you in the search. But
Okay.
I don't have any bonus to my 15.
So, Obsidian, you're sort of just lost in sort of like there's some props back there. The players still like continue. Thankfully, the clamour and the noise of the show disguise the noises of battle.
Said they were taxidermy.
Yeah.
So I think like he's very.
Oh, you like
very
them, do you?
interested.
Oh well. I
he's
mean,
like, yeah, okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
He's very interested in the
Okay.
craftsmanship of that. It's like,
Ansel, you'll find back there. You'll find a small satchel. Inside there is detailed drawings of the gate that have been, fairly well done. There's some charcoal in the bag as well. There are notes on its structure. There are multiple notes on how this gate is linked to the Bright Dynasty, which, if you caught in the introduction of this game, was allegedly the Azamar that came from another world, like touched by the gods to found like the Empire, or to found like a dynasty that then later became the Empire, thousands of years later. It's that's the main note, is that this thing is connected to that and has a history of holding immense power. Just clearly notes on the scene. There are notes on a dwarf that appeared to have followed him at one point, and correspondence between 2 others that dwell in Bright Harbour.
Which is what the dwarf
said. But that their meeting shall take place upon the roof of the Bronze Banner. And that'll take place in a week's time.
And is there anything like, and I'll be wearing a rose and you'll have a newspaper?
No, there's no like that. It's all, well, it's familiar, all like the writing, so like they clearly, whoever they're talking to obviously know each other. Yeah.
it's you make sure that you have metal eyes when you get there. I'll know who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, I knew it.
Well done.
There's more to the scene.
Well done. Yeah, clearly dropped that round the corner, saw Silaster coming, boom, there we go.
Yeah.
And also, it's proof for the dwarf that we've slain the spy.
That's true. Well done. Do you know what? You're quite right. That was a good call on doing the checks there, doing a search.
Ansel like lowers his head and he's like, pat on me for a good job.
Obsidian, he's really freaked out. He's like, okay.
So
Oh, he does it.
There's a gentle pat, yeah. Sure.
I think that's a really good moment to say that the festivities build and you prepare all your notes ready to deliver to I forget fucking his name, Swiftstone.
I will whilst the festivities are happening and everything's carrying on through the evening, I just want to point out I have cards with Obsidian Necromancer on them. And I'm just sort of passing them out, just so everyone remembers, And on the back, it's got the details. I don't know whether you guys read it, but it's got the details of mortician services in Orenthal, in Valdenor, I should say.
Excellent.
Valdenor,
in partnership with.
Common knowledge is the shining capital of Orenthal. Rumoured to be the oldest city in Main Realm itself, and some leagues from here, but still local, relatively. Anything else that you want to do during that evening before you bed down? Anything that you need to do? Anything you need to...
I'd like to know what the scrolls are that are collected, if possible.
yeah,
I'll have a look through the scrolls.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I have them written down. Bear with.
I would have absolutely handed them to you, but I hadn't seen you do very much. So I didn't know that you were like a full-on caster.
So there is there's a scroll of flare which dazzles one creature, gives them -1 on attack rolls. It's a level 0 spell. A cantrip.
That's not a bad thing.
A ray of frost scroll. There's also a scroll of alarm.
Handy.
And a scroll of mage armor.
Very handy.
There is also, I do apologise, there is also 3 potions of resistance. Subject gains +1 on saving throws. 1 minute per level.
I'll hand one to each of the others.
Yep.
Thanks very much. I was just trying to be cool. I'll happily take some, trinkets. Trinkets I'm well into.
There's also, I should say, the Garo, the travelling tinkerers and tradesmen also have markets, little market stalls and things if you wanted to buy anything very quickly. If you just wanted to say, if you wanted to spend some of your gold you earned, buy back these potions or...
Just be 1 sec.
Yep, no worries.
I've got more cure potions than when I started, and I'm doing all right. So I don't think there's any need for me to be buying anything.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'm good. You guys certainly feel free. Obsidian will state that he is happy to barter for you. He strikes you as a sort that might be all right at it.
Celesta looks in his bag. She's like, fine. He's okay.
But yeah.
Okay, so you don't need anything. All right. So, in that case,
where are our rooms? Where are we staying?
Well, so it's back in the tavern. So if that's everything you want to do, that's what we'll move on to. Is that how do you think you guys spend the night? Do you think you talk to each other? Do you think you
Quite possibly. I think. Well, I'm interested in both of them because they've both sort of displayed some really interesting techniques that are super uncommon. Like, I've read a lot of storybooks, reading storybooks and stuff of old heroes, and that you guys have displayed some techniques that I've not come across before. I was just wondering, like, what
storybooks?
What is it you do? Yeah, like I like mythology and old tales of old heroes and that kind of thing. And I'm just sort of, how old do you look, by the way, you guys? Just roughly, out of curiosity. It's probably hard to tell with Silaster.
It is hard to tell with Silaster because he looks roughly what you'd say like a human adult would look like, but that's no indication at all as to how old he is in the slightest.
Not for an elven type of Okay.
Ansel doesn't really look like he doesn't have like wrinkles on his skin or anything. It's quite sort of smooth and just
okay.
Not really any mottling or anything. It's just kind of like blank. That makes sense, like the skin tone.
Well, yeah, I just like I say, I've just not happened across the techniques that you've displayed. Silaster disappearing sort of into darkness, and I mean, obviously that intrigues me, and the whole magic in general intrigues me, Ansel. So,
well, Necromancer, how did
You've got my number. Yep. Think
to
no
describe
further on it.
I guess you would say I put people off. I unsettle them in various ways.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that, but not sort of on purpose most of the time. It's unfortunate. Story of my life. In and out of game. But okay. Well,
But no, you wouldn't find me in a storybook of heroes.
no. Okay. So, Lasta, you're sort of sneaky.
I'd be spoken of back home, but
Well, I mean, sort of. No, actually, we didn't see you sneaky, really. We saw you almost teleport. That's what it looked like from the outside, right? Like, from our perspective, you were teleporting around the arena. So what are you, some sort of shifter?
no, it's just it's what I've spent a long time training with my mentor. We pass it down, these techniques.
That's really cool. Okay.
Well, I must say it was a lot of fun watching you both work.
It was kind of fun.
I'm not used to so many people around me. I'm going to stay outside.
Does he excuse himself?
Yes.
Oh my god, he does as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just want to be alone.
Oh my god, I want to be alone. I can relate. You know,
Don't we all? Yeah.
not. I mean, I am used to being around people, just not live ones.
No,
But-
I understand don't understand groups of people so well.
Celasta just gives a nod. He's not comfortable being surrounded. He hasn't really been comfortable being surrounded by all these people all day. The only time he looked somewhat out of discomfort was when he was moving and fighting with Locknuck. But beyond that, he's really just not been happy being surrounded by all these people. And he takes himself out of the tavern and he takes quietly during the evening. He goes behind where the gate is, and he just sits himself behind one of the pillars of the gates, looking out over the cliffs, and just starts his trance. As an elf, he doesn't need to sleep, but he does need to take some time for himself to trance away.
I get it. It's the mask, it freaks people out. But what can you do?
I do like your whole the look you've got going on.
Thanks very much.
It's fun.
Just shows my pain.
Pain.
Yeah, totally. It's I walk in shadow, and it's just beneath this mask.
It's another mask.
Beneath this mask is a face, but it is no more. No, I can't remember the quote, and I'm not going to do it. But it's just in public, it's a thing.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm intrigued. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Do more.
I haven't been my most effective, I must say.
No, well, I mean, me
In some
neither.
time.
I was asked to stand up and do something of a display. Like most people are doing glitter dust, and I literally have nothing that I can use that is actually a display other than what I did. So, Yeah.
Silaster, as you've gone over there, you are approached by some of the mummers who are sort of like wrapping up. They're still in their costumes, but they're like, what brings you behind here? One of them
We
says.
haven't actually put ourselves anywhere near there.
Fresh air and just to get away from the pub. It's quiet. I like it here.
Very well. Rest easy. We forgive us. We're a little on edge.
I'm sorry about the loss of your. Oh, wait, you were.
Who told you about that?
I never told you his name. Classic twist.
I'm not good in these situations. I just stumbled upon your
Please be away. Please be away from us. This is where our stage is. Please be away. If you have lodging, I urge you, be away.
I'm just gonna find somewhere away from the mothers.
Okay. We're going to move at this point as night falls. The festivities continue into the night, but for just ease of transition, Silaster, can we say perhaps that you return to your lodgings that have been paid for you, so I can have us all on one screen? That would be lovely.
I just took a moment for some fresh air.
Yes, very well.
Just please.
Please just do me a fucking favour, mate. I don't want to have to go back and forth between two screens. It's bad enough.
Here's
for
the
fucking.
phone.
Exactly. Thank you very much. I need one of you to roll a D3, please. And before you do, we need to ascertain. Silaster is 1, Obsidian is 2, Ansel is 3.
Cool.
Are we back in the inn, by the way?
Yeah, so this will be during the night. I just need to just ascertain something.
Sit in the chair.
3.
Ansel, during the night you're in your lodgings. Each of you have been given lodgings in the upstairs portion of...
Is that the pissing yard, by the way? I can see beneath. I've not actually noticed it before. It's a horrendous
This might be
mess.
a bit of a pissing yard. There is a bit of a mess down there. It's a festival. What do you expect?
And a giant carrot.
Giant carrot.
It is a giant
Someone.
carrot. I'm so glad you noticed the giant carrot. Anyway,
Someone had a painful evening.
What is the purpose of the giant carrot? That's going to be a question for all time.
for all time.
We should have investigated.
Giant
It was-
carrot in the pissing yard.
There was a vegetable growing competition, but you got here too late, so...
Love it.
Ansel, you're in the throes of your rest, and you dream, and I want you to tell us what you dream about.
Okay. Ansel dreams of a room with furniture that is made of wood, but made for a much smaller person, perhaps a child. 3 chairs and a table, and sat at the chairs there is Ansel, and there is a wooden puppet dressed as a princess, and another sort of doll dressed as a shepherdess. And they're having a tea party.
And as they're enjoying that tea party, they are sort of sat at this table, and you feel very content, Ansel. You can smell the scent of fresh cooking, the breeze of an open window, and the chairs, the wooden puppets. Everything that you see is ablaze. And as they're ablaze, you can't help but feel like you're finding it difficult to breathe. Overwhelmingly so. Each of you begin to come to in your rooms.
I'm on my own!
Oh no!
I don't
It was
like
real! The fire was real.
Grip, 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 grip.
Shit.
As each of you are coming around in your own rooms, the unmistakable sound of screaming is echoing from outside the tavern. But it was a bit loud, so I turned it down.
But it is that loud.
But it is incredibly loud. The heat in here is unbelievable. Smoke is pouring into each of your rooms. You become painfully aware of how this tavern used to be a place of the guards and also a lockup. As you throw open the shutters to reveal the metal bars within your room, I need you to roll initiative because you only have so much time in this place as the the tavern is ablaze.
22.
I'm just wondering how long we've slept for. Probably not long enough to get any full rest or anything, right? Middle of the night.
I will say you're rested. That's your level in HP, right?
Yeah, it's more for spells
for
really.
and stuff. Yeah,
but
that's
like
fine.
I do
Yeah, that's
a tiny bit back, but
so sorry, Silaster 22.
Mm-hmm.
I have not rolled. Oh, did I roll? I did roll.
Ansel
I didn't even realize I'd clicked it.
17. Obsidian 13.
We did it in order for you again.
Yeah. So,
We like to be helpful.
overwhelming heat. You see smoke is just billowing from beneath the doors of your rooms. What do you do? Silaster.
Okay, right. Having kind of snapped out of his trance that he was just sat in, just meditating, he's like, oh god. Sunk too deep into that one. Spring up to my feet, and I run to the door. Either door.
You rush to the door, and there is a thunk as you slam against it, but it doesn't budge.
That's a move. I guess I will just attempt to punch the door. I don't know. I will take from my belongings my one vial of acid, and I'm going to throw it on the lock.
Okay, you do so. It doesn't require a check. You can just throw that fairly easy. It burns into the lock, and as it does, it burns a hole in the door. As a vial of acid, I imagine it's like that, right?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
You see that something's actually been put over the door, like wedged against the door to try and prevent it from being opened. It's not locked. It's been barricaded.
Okay. Well, that's move and a.
That'll be your turn, I think. We'll come back to you. Ansel, your dream has become a waking nightmare. What do you do?
It wakes from the start, like, look around, There's no other way out other than the door and the windows, which we've
barred
already
windows that you discover from the shutter, like... Yep.
I'm going to have to go to the door and try the door.
Predictably, does not move. What do you do?
He will take out... well, first, he'll make sure he's got all his belongings, which you shouldn't do in a fire, but he will.
yeah. Don't ever go back for your stuff.
Don't do that in real life, folks.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get his scythe out and try and smash the door down.
Very good. Make an attack roll. Sorry, no, it's not an attack roll. You can't not hit the door, so please just roll damage.
Can I make it a power attack?
Yeah, I suppose you could actually, yeah.
As it's...
if you have power attack, I'm not going to stop you from using it. Go ahead.
I have power attack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do all the power attack I can do, which is not like that. 10 points of damage to the door.
You immediately smash through the door, barricade and all, and smoke just whoom, billows at you as you kick the door in.
Yeah, as the door smashes and the smoke comes out, he's like, "Ha!"
So
sort of like
I need
terrifying
to
creature through the smoke.
now. I've got the dynamic lighting, so hopefully, did that work?
No.
Can you see out the door now?
No.
There. Can you see now?
No. No.
That's mine. I can.
Oh,
Seal it back up.
Wrong, creepy boy.
No, I don't want it. Fuck's sake. Okay, you've got a hole in your door. You can see through it.
It's fine. I can not metagame. I'll just move to the bottom of my screen and I can't see past that. It's fine.
There you go. Done it.
Should I be able to
Well
see?
done.
I find it really difficult.
There we go.
Bam! You burst through the door. Smoke rushes in at you.
I guess that's the end of my turn because I moved and struck.
Oh, and I'll delete the door as well.
Yes, delete it.
As you smash it to pieces. Obsidian, it's your turn. You have a premonition of what lies out of the corridor.
Yeah. Well, so he'll get up and he'll pull his mask back on, put his hat on, because he won't be sleeping with that on. And he'll look at the room, realize he has no weapons or anything. And, like, the thing is, he's a bit skinny. Like, he's sort of painfully not strong. He's like the opposite. He has a really low strength stat. It's in the minus.
What do you do?
I'll stand up on the bed, and the window's up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't break through it, but I want to look outside. Like, what do I see? Do I see people running from the building? And
Well, actually, give me a spot check because there's so much smoke like billowing up around you. There's flames literally below you as you look, like, and they're creeping up the building.
Every time, so many spot checks I've rolled ones for. Oh my god!
You literally just you're trying to look through it, and the mask obscures the vision as well. Like, well, not really. I'm not going to penalise you for that, but just smoke in your eyes, like just the heat of it, like it's just like you just can't make out what's through there, and you stagger back off the bed.
When I roll that badly, you penalise me however you wish. I deserve it.
You just don't fucking see shit. You just know you've got to get out, and it's not through that way. There's fire all around.
So I've stood up. I've had a look out the window. I don't have a weapon, so all I can do at this point is going to freak people out. But once again, and same thing actually. But it's weird because it's a wooden floor.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's climbing out of a wooden floor, but it definitely breaks the wood. This time, the skeleton is wearing sort of a similar type, sort of top hatty type thing to me, and sort of formal attire and white gloves. but is wielding a small sword. And I have the stats here for it.
Okay, cool. You don't mind just a normal skeleton for the meantime? Oh no, he looks all right. He looks all right.
No, it's fine. It's theatre of the mind, darling. I'm not expecting you to look up like
but I want some
skeletons
cool skeletons. That'd be awesome if we had them in suits and stuff.
It's just his thing that they are very well made up.
Okay.
But like, yeah, this one looks beautiful, and actually, it's got a dandy mustache that's been kind of. It looks like it's been repainted and twirled, and it'll stride forward and belt the door. Because I'm strong, but it can
straight
be
damage.
pretty strong. And it does 1d6 plus 1. 6! Hey, it's good amount of damage,
it
actually.
Slams, crack, and like it bursts away half of the door, but you see that someone has intentionally blocked you in. Not enough damage to break it away, unfortunately.
That's okay. I will crouch down on the floor.
Yep, clever. Yep, you crouch down. We're back to the top. Silaster.
At the door with the hole in the door, can I see what's blocking it on the other side, or at least kind of get a rough idea? It's like a chair or someone.
It's just like bits of wood and chair and all sorts of stuff, like just stacked against the door, like and wedged in really well.
So me reaching through and trying to shift it is probably not going to do.
Yeah.
Because that's what I want. I just want to literally move it so I can clear it, open the door.
Yeah, just give me a straight strength check then, just because it's quite a lot of just like debris that's just been shoved against the door.
This ain't gonna go well with straight strength. I critically fail. Oh.
Mate, we are so unlucky.
You grab hold of some wood that is just erupted into flames, and you take a point of fire damage.
Oh my hand!
That is your turn, Ansel.
I will go into the corridor.
Yeah, you go into the corridor, like blinking. You can just see like your way. You know you've got to get to the end of the corridor to get to the stairs that were at the far end. That's your way out, at least.
And do I know which rooms my colleagues were in? Do I know?
Yeah, you would have seen. You would have seen
that they
them
are
go to bed. Yeah, yeah. So you'll know that they're the
Just seen a
two
hand
next to you
catch
here.
fire.
Yeah, so you see a hand coming out here and screaming.
Well, as that bit's on fire, then I'll go over to there, and I'll use the scythe to just sweep everything out the way.
Nice. Okay, just give me an attack. Give me a damage roll.
I'll do it again, so it's a power attack.
Yeah, nice.
And maximise the 7.
Hey, it's more than enough. So you smash the door in. Unfortunately, I can't. There we go. Delete that, and then. God, this is more hassle than it's worth. Fucking hell. Dynamic lighting. Get rid of the fucking door.
So the
Can you see through there?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, the fist fighter sees the door just explode, and then Ansel's head come this way. Somebody's trying to kill us.
Beautiful.
And that will be my turn.
Fantastic. That is Ansel's turn. Obsidian. Your skeleton minion has just started hacking away at this door. You've hurled yourself to the ground. What are you doing?
I mean, I will move up to the door, and I'm essentially just laying on the ground to stay under the smoke. Just sort of as crouched down as I can get, so that when the door breaks, I can go through. And I'm just gonna, I'm just concentrating on the skeleton. I don't have to concentrate, but it's just gonna keep breaking the door for me.
Yeah.
So
straight damage.
Only 3 this time. Not so good. Not so good.
It's shattered apart. There's it's just hanging on by a You can basically see through it, but there's just one little bit of an obstacle in your
Ooh.
way. Unfortunately, you don't quite get through. Like, it's hanging on by a thread.
Okay. Okay. In which case, then, because I didn't really do anything, and
No,
it did,
You can still act, yeah.
I do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And his twin brother appears. And this one is basically the same, but he's even more dandy. He's got a monocle.
Oh.
And he will...
Dandier dandy.
Yeah, absolutely. The two dandy skeletons. They look like something out of Funny Bones from back in the day. And this one will do the same thing, swing at the door, and will do only 2 points of damage.
Smash! He bursts
But it
through.
worked. And like the minute they do it, it's like something out of, do you know, like Michael Jackson's Thriller, where the zombies just walk through the thing. So you guys in the corridor will just see two skeletons just stumble through the door, smashing through it, and then Obsidian just sort of gliding out behind them. And he will also... Yes, it appears someone's trying to kill us.
Yeah, it's getting really bad, to the point that I'm going to ask each of you to make a fortitude save now.
Okie dokes.
And this is just smoke, isn't it? It's not anything.
Yeah,
weird
it's just
about
smoke. Smoke. Well, see me.
Fortitude.
14.
10. Unless it's magic smoke, in which case I get a bonus to that. But if it's not, then only 10.
No. So you begin to cough badly, and I'm making a note on that.
Wait, who? All of us, or?
Yeah, all of you.
Oh gosh.
You both all are like choking, like you haven't got like your breath. That was Obsidian's turn. Silaster.
Kind of crouching low, running out there. So I'm. Let's see. So that's 5. I'm just literally just gonna just point as I do double movement. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5. Whoa!
You loom around the corner, and the blaze is eating away the entire corner of the building. People with less expensive accommodation, sadly, in the communal sleeping area have already succumbed and perished to the blazing heat and the smoke. They lay dead.
Where were the stairs?
Stairs are this door here, you remember?
Ah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't see that earlier. So that's 10, 15, 20. Okay, well, I can get double movement. I'll go next to the door, so I'm not getting in the way of it, but I can pretty much run next to that door, seeing the... and so on.
Very good, yeah. So you've rushed to the door. Sorry, I completely blanked then. Did you say you, like, struck it or opened it?
No, because I double moved, so
Okay.
I just literally ran, and I'm right next. I'm literally standing next to it, ready to help.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so you rush over. That is your turn then. Ansel.
Quick question. Do I remember if there was anybody in any of the other rooms?
Yes.
There was. The ones opposite.
Yeah.
Good man.
What were they? In the room. Or who were they?
Who are they? They're just people.
Just
You didn't introduce
humans.
yourself? Yeah,
you
just
didn't see.
humans, yeah, from the look. Maybe a half-elf. Can't really think, to be honest. It's like passing someone in a hotel. You're like, someone in there? You just don't know.
But not like families or anything.
You don't know?
Damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna check. I'll go to this door and open it.
And so you rush over to that door in a desperate bid to open it. Is that your full movement? Are you able to act?
Yeah, I can act.
So you're going to try and open the door?
Yeah.
This one opens freely. It isn't blocked. Apologies, you're standing right there, so I'm just trying to...
Sorry, let me just move
No,
back.
it's alright. I chose awkward, thick doors, so they go into your square. It's my bad. So yeah, you rush forth, and you burst down the door. Well, you don't burst down the door, you just hurl the door open.
Fuck.
Reflex save, please, as a backdraft erupts at you.
Kurt Russell, that shit.
17.
How do you just defend yourself as, like, basically a line of fire just erupts into the corridor after you?
He... You know when you, like, bend over backwards and, like, into a sort of spidery arch. And the fire just goes over the top of him.
You can tell from there that the fire has ravaged through the walls of these doors here as well. You can tell that entire side of the building is on fire.
Can I do? Because that was 5. That was 5. No, I was over here, wasn't I? 5, 10, 15 feet. Can I use the rest of my movement to carry on walking?
Yeah, of course.
Then I will 5, 10, 15. Like, time to go, time to go.
That was Ansel's turn. Epic. Obsidian.
Oh, by the way, he's running on his hands.
What is he?
What? Easy. Obsidian will just say, "Gentlemen," and the two skellies will go there and there and open both doors.
Just saw the backdraft, right?
Yeah, that's one room. Do you know how uncommon backdrafts are?
Oh, no.
Do you know how little I care about these skeletons?
I'm very... that's why I'm trying to grab it in the wrong one.
Hang on, if I...
So beyond yet, you see the flames are twisting through that room as well.
I mean, in the film
Actually-
backdraft, they're quite common, but that's because someone's doing it on purpose. So it will make me suspicious if they all do it.
Also, if the fire's gone through the room, it'd only be one backdraft, wouldn't it?
I will
Because once
put
the
that
air's in
skeleton
there,
back by the door when you've gotten rid of the things. I think it's a pain when they're right in the way.
Yeah, so the skeleton's doing the other one as well.
Yeah, this one will be doing this one. I just put him there so you could move the door
I
without grabbing him as well.
I do greatly appreciate it.
I fully understand the pains. I do it all the time. So yeah, they'll look inside. If there's just fire, they will sort of move on.
Inside that one, there is more than just fire. I don't know. Can you see what the skeleton sees on your feed?
No, I can't. But I've well, I can't see what the skeletons see, so that makes sense. I can just give them orders, sort of telepathically or magically.
The
So essentially,
skeleton-
my orders are: open the doors. If there's anyone in there, save them.
That skeleton will hesitate for a second and then march in that case.
Into the fire. Okay. It won't last, but it will try.
I hear Duran.
The skeleton will emerge and will be carrying what looks like an unconscious lady.
Lovely. Oh, so they're going to go... This one's going to go into this room, you mean?
Yep.
Oh, right, okay.
And is able to use its movement and action to pick her up and take her to that point there.
Lovely. Okay, I'm going to put him in. I'm going to put him sort of next to her. So he's about there. He's carrying her, but compared to her, she's huge!
Yeah, she is, isn't she?
That's a huge bitch!
Oh, fuck's sake. There you go. Back it out.
Massive.
She was like a giant. She's not a giant. She's a normal human. You're able to, the skeleton is able to carry her out.
I think this one approached the door, opened it, realised it was just fire, and then just will look across at Ansel. And if a skeleton could have an expression, it goes, huh? But they've done that. I've gone to here. Well, actually, hang on. So I was there. Let me just to check distances. So yeah, I'll be just behind you, dude.
Yeah.
And I can now see in this corner. Just as a point of interest, over here, when we look in this direction, although it's all on fire, are any of the walls gone? Is it open to outside at all?
Not in any way that you could use to get through.
Okay. Cool.
Without dying.
That's me.
Horribly.
No diving through walls.
Yeah, unfortunately not. So we're back to the top of the round. Silaster.
I take a 5-foot step and I deliver a. I'm not even checking if it's open or not because that lock could be on fire and you know. So not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna full on boot it.
Super kick.
Boot it, man.
Yeah. You full on beat it, do some damage. I'm just deleting the door already. It's just a matter of time, isn't it? Crunch! There's a heavy crunch as your foot goes through it. It isn't quite stopped. Unfortunately.
Did your foot stuck through it?
You said my foot went through the door.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it has. That's exactly what
And he's
it's
got to
done.
now get his foot back out of the door. Wicked.
I pull my foot back.
Anything else with your turn?
That was an attack. That and a 5-foot step.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, that was Silaster. Ansel.
I'll move 20, 25, 30. He nods at the skeleton holding the lady. Is the door still intact? It is, isn't it?
It's half. It's like half intact. Basically, the job is half done.
I
just
will
over half done.
do a ranged touch attack. 'Cause I'm out of range of my scythe, so I'll do the ranged touch.
Okay.
Which does that automatically hit, or do I need to roll to hit? Because I'm further away. It's a bit harder.
Is it like a DC, an armor class of like 5 or something? Like when you're just trying to hit a square?
Oh, I've just been doing it just because you can't miss the door, really. But like, I mean, I guess you could just miss the door. You can.
Well, I think it's when it's ranged. It's like when you're throwing.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
You know, like a potion, and you have to get it in
85
one
and,
square. It's basically just don't roll
18.
a 1.
Nice.
Where would I roll
earlier? So 6.
Smashes
Damage
through.
to the door.
I've deleted other bits of that, but that you can see that the
wall
walls caved in
collapsed.
there. The wall. We're gonna make it part of it. The wall collapses at that point. Part of the ceiling comes down, crashes down in front of you. Only the door, ironically, remains.
I think we all look at Ansel because he just gestured and the whole building fell down. Like, what the shit?
But the way clear is before you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Obsidian.
Okay then. So the skeleton's just going to do double movement. This one over here, and he's essentially he's moving to there because he's going to check if any of them are alive.
They're exactly like him. They're dead.
Right. Well, he's moved over there anyway, and he did double movement. Just can't do anything else. This skeleton will continue to carry the lady. We'll go through the door, and I guess head towards the stairs. I'm not entirely sure how far. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I think everyone. You don't have to move the lady as well, but I think everyone is just praying that she doesn't wake up at this point. Because
that can actually die.
she's being
Welcome
carried.
to hell.
Ah, yeah, the building's on fire. You're being carried by a skeleton. You are in hell. I was going to step forward and just try the door.
Well, yeah, you do, and it falls over.
I really had hoped, but so I was 1. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can start on the stairs. I don't know which side of the stairs is the top and the bottom.
Yeah, well, now that you're there, I'm pretty much going to say, like, you've done what you've needed to escape the top floor, because it's going to be easy for me, because if those skeletons are coming with, I need to copy them, so bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to move your skelly bobs.
Yes, Skelly Bobs. Oh, I like that. I actually really like that. Because they're sort of gents. Skelly Bobs.
Skelly Bob and
Oh,
Skelly Bill.
and
my
the
skelly bobs.
lady as well. So,
And the
God,
lady.
this is hard.
And the lady. Who, when she's with a skeleton, looks like she's being carried. But when she's not, looks like she may be on the privy.
She does it, doesn't she?
Bless her heart.
not the best.
Imagine getting caught in a fire mid-flow. Damn it.
Literally caught short in the worst scenario.
Poor lady.
Okay.
She's having a bad day.
So, I'm just making sure that everything is there. There. Right, you all rush down the stairs. You feel like the heat still building ever greater around you all. And then you burst into the ground floor of the tavern that you are incredibly familiar with now. The Watch and Wave, that's what I forgot earlier, it's called the Watch and Wave.
Oh, thank you.
And I need to bring this up here. I keep selecting the wrong window. I promise I will get better at this. I promise. So, you rush downstairs, and not only are you greeted by the familiar sight of the tavern, blazing as it is, you also met with another familiar sight.
Fairies!
Oh wow.
Oh no! It was all of them! It wasn't just the one! Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you all.
Standing in your way, in a tavern entirely sealed at this point, stand a number of figures in terrifying masks, shaped like animals, with glassy black button eyes, with patches of fur being burned away as they stand there. One of their number, in the centre, is a fox. Vermin Fox is his name. And he pronounces to you over the blaze and over the noise. He says, "We are Savage Doom. And we have sealed these doors, and we are burning this place in a ritual. We burn this establishment as an offering to open the bright gate. We shall burn everyone inside this place, and we offer ourselves to it willingly. This is the feast of welcome, and it is you and we both who are to be consumed by the fires of the hunger." Roll initiative.
I just zoomed out a little and I really wish I hadn't. Oh my god.
Yeah. I did a similar thing.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I will save this one lady. She will be saved.
25 on initiative.
8.
Mikey. Oh, 6.
And so we can all do better.
And I think, actually, whilst I work them out, really, if you don't mind, really super quick break to go for a wee.
I
But
also
we
Literally
A
very short. Okay,
pre-combat
but
piddle.
we will be right back. For those watching up until this point, thank you very much for still sticking with us. We'll be right back ever so shortly. We are back, and our travellers, adventurers, newly met, now find themselves met by a terrifying force. Savage doom cultists of something that they claim to be the hunger stand in their way, willing to die to keep them in this place, to burn with them. And we begin. Silasta, you go first.
So, free action, I'm going to quaff a potion. It is a potion of magic fang. And my fists will get a slightly more refined edge. There's a almost as if the hands themselves look to just toughen up slightly. As he does that, he drops into his Child of Shadow stance, and then go for the cat. Just literally darting, and it's a jump, and it's a punch to the cat's face.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
You rush forth and you strike at Pirate Cat.
Not a charge, but
Good to know.
let's see. Offer 12. Oh no, 13.
No, sadly not. You charge forth and it brings up... What does Pirate Cat have? Pirate Cat has a hatchet, like a boarding axe almost. Just brings up the haft of the axe, the shaft of the axe, and just turns your fist aside. Terrifying, almost like yellow glass in these cat's eyes. One of the eyes is sort of twisted wrong as it stares at you.
I have a concealment now, so 20% mischance.
Okay. That was your turn. It is now the Vermin Fox, who is going to bring forth what looks like a vicious-looking sword. Clearly the leader, clearly the one with the expensive stuff. Just 5, 10, 15, 20, yeah, easy. Moves in to strike at you, even though he has a mischance. Doesn't know that, though. So.
Oh, close.
Close, but gets past the concealment. So we'll make a strike at your armor class, which is
18.
that is a hit. It brings its blade down against you and slices into your chest for 5 points of slashing damage. Cuts through your defenses, forcing you to stagger back. That was its turn. Pug Thug.
Pug Thug.
Oh my god.
Is going to take what looks like a terrifying looking vial, and it's going to throw it at you, Ansel. What is your touch armor class?
Touch armor class is 12.
Why am I bringing it up there? Stupid. Oh, actually, that reminds me. He needs to move. He'll move to there, and then he throws a vicious-looking vial at you. That is a hit. A vial of acid bursts on your chest and does 3 points of acid damage. That is the Pug Thug. The Pirate Cat is going to retaliate against Silasta.
Concealment.
Yeah, I know.
Do I, though? No.
And swings its vicious-looking hatchet at your head. How do you defend yourself as it swings and misses you?
I've just been hit by this blade from the fox. But as this hatchet comes in, I'm able to just take the impact I have from the sword and deflect the hatchet onto the sword, so the sword does the parrying for me.
Oh my goodness. Excellent. That was awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, that was Pirate Cat. The Dark Dog Deceiver goes next.
Dark Dog Deceiver.
And I have a thing for him. Bear with.
These names are great.
I know. I've just lost this thing there. That's really annoying. I had it. Fuck's sake.
It's all right. Take your time, man. It's all good. It's all just more time to plot.
He is going to do nothing. He's going to just wait, I think, actually. Dark Dog Deceiver looks like he's getting something ready. Bandit Mutt. Levels a vicious-looking short bow. And he does have line of sight on Obsidian. Armor class
15
is a hit. Vicious hewn arrow flies out of nowhere. 5 points of piercing damage. Slams into your chest, or into the side of your arm, rather. Clatters to the wooden floor.
Once again, though, doesn't have the impact that he would hoped.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Bandit Mutt. Bandit Kit.
Slightly less imaginative.
Well, you know.
Running out of...
Yeah, exactly. They all have to have different names, and they, you know. He's going to do a 5-foot step and take a shot at Silaster. Armor class.
Concealment 20%, armor class 18.
Concealment. How does your concealment protect you from the arrow? Because that would have been a hit otherwise.
He thinks he's shot at me, but as he sees the arrow go through, he's just what looks like an after image of me. He's just been punched.
Nice. Finally, that goes your way. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, boom. And where he thought Silaster was, Silaster is fucking gone or missing from that particular place. You're thwarted, Bandit Kit. Obsidian, it's now your turn.
Okay, so
They all go
2,
before you and
3, 4, 5. This skelly will run up to
Pug Thug.
The pug thug. I want to get it right, and we'll swing a blade at it. 19.
Oh my god, is a hit.
Lovely
roll of the night.
stuff.
Best one of the night, absolutely.
That is 1d6 plus 1 damage. Roll a 1 on the damage. 2 points of damage.
The pug seems to panic like as suddenly a skeleton just lurches out of the flames and starts attacking. He's like, what the hell? Like, oh my god, there's. So yeah, it slices into Pug Thug and sort of staggers back. He brings up a hatchet, like trying to defend himself.
The other one of Muskelly Bobs will come and stand next to you, Silaster, and will have a swing at the pirate cat. 8, so that's not going to work.
That doesn't hit the pirate cat.
And I will stride forth to here, and I will attempt to do a touch attack. So this is on his touch armor class. Oh, it's possibly a fumble.
Possibly a fumble as
Well,
you rush forth.
You can fumble a touch attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Double ones! Snake eyes!
Our first
What
fumble.
in the shit?
That is a
Okay.
fumble. That was a touch attack. You can't drop anything, so I'm afraid, Obsidia, I'm just going to say you have to do a reflex save, lest you tumble to the ground.
Okay. Oh dear.
And it's going to be a DC 15 reflex.
Nope. fall.
You tumble to the floor. You sort of like put all your weight into trying to land the touch, and like you just totally miss it. You totally stack it onto the ground.
What are the odds? What are the
It's
odds?
just a really loud clatter, like that can even be heard
His-
over.
His beak kind of
Oh,
goes crooked
no.
and he has to straighten it out.
That is Obsidian's turn. He
way.
ends his turn prone, unfortunately. Ansel.
Bring up the rear.
So Ansel is going to, as a free action, down a potion of Eagle Splendor,
Oh.
which increases his charisma by 4. And then he's going to gesture at the fox and say, "You're messing with the wrong people." And he's going to try and make the fox do a will save.
18 on the die.
That is a pass. And then, because that's a swift action, I'm going to try and do a ranged touch attack on him.
Okay.
M.
10 unfortunately doesn't hit the touch armor class. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ansel.
And I have wasted my turn.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, man.
mate. That's rough. That is rough.
That's
I
right.
think they're probably messing with the right people, really. In reality, after that round, let's face it.
We're back to the top of the round, and a massive flaming beam just smashes down into sort of like between the bar here for a second, and just bursts into flame. Silaster, what are you doing?
I'll take a free 5-foot step to there, which won't provoke attacks opportunity from those two. It's 5 foot, it's free, but
Does it provoke the fox, I wonder?
it shouldn't do. I mean,
You've left
only
his
a
threat
5,
range.
but a 5-foot step never does.
Oh yeah, true. Sorry, I do apologise. Yes, you're
How
right.
you get the
Yep,
movement.
absolutely. Yep.
I will provoke an attack opportunity from Pugthug, because I'm now going to quaff a potion.
Oh, he absolutely takes it. Like, he sees you loom into his field of vision. That's going to be a hit.
On an 18.
Yeah.
I haven't moved enough, so yeah.
That is 4 points of slashing damage. The hatchet, like, just cuts into your side.
That's alright. I will quaff the potion. It's potion of mage armor. So my armor class is shot up by 4, which is nice.
Okay.
And then I will just get one smack in on Pugthug, hopefully. So I've just chugged. He's hit me. I'm like, nope. And then I'm just going to nut him on my head. 15.
15 doesn't hit him, I'm afraid.
That's right. I didn't go with my fists. All my kicks. I was just like,
You deliver a strike to him, but it just bounces off like this weird hide costume.
I assure you, I will get one hit in at some point. It's not with advantage.
I look forward to it. I look
So
forward
do
to it.
I. So
Eventually,
do I.
we'll get one hit each, won't we?
The
I might
vermin,
stand up. Who knows?
the vermin fox and leader of these, at least these ones that are going to sacrifice themselves to the hunger, to the flames, is going to listen. He got struck by something, didn't he? Oh no! You didn't get him, did you? So he's fine. I thought Ansel for a second got him, but you didn't, did you?
I far from got him.
Yeah, so Obsidian, you're on the ground. He's gonna just make absolute opportunity right there. You've just fallen to the ground. He brings up this vicious-looking sword and just belts down with a +4 to his attack.
He
AC.
does.
AC is sorry,
15.
15. That is a hit.
Ew.
Whew. That is 8 points of slashing damage as he just hacks down with a sword. It just slices into the top of your shoulder, Obsidian.
Ouch.
Painful.
Ouchie.
And then draws the blade out and sort of like almost looks to be like prowling around you, like taking bites out of you, almost like a predatory or like a scavenger animal, almost like making use of the fact that you're vulnerable for a moment and striking. Pug Thug is going to be totally terrified by the fact that there's a skeleton there, so we'll focus on that skeleton. He did not expect the skeleton to come out that door.
Entirely fair. Skeleton's armor class is the same as mine.
Then that is a hit. Belts it
15.
with its hatchet, doing 6 points of slashing.
So it does 1 point because the hatchet basically goes in between a bunch of bones.
Of course, yes, the good old skeleton damage reduction. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good indeed. Right, that was Pug Thug, and it is now Pirate Cat.
Yeah.
Pirate Cat is also going to attack the skeleton. The skeleton in front of him. 16
Okay.
on the die, so that's
Okay, so that's a hit as well.
Pirate Cat also has a hatchet, so that is going to be... That's 4 points of slashing. That might be negated.
Negated completely, yeah. It sort of basically just goes in between ribs, I would imagine, and he sort of rattles and pulls it out.
Yeah, not
And
good.
the skeleton just sort of maneuvers its monocle, picks up its sword, and goes back in for an attack.
Amazing. Okay. Let's see. That was Pirate Cat. Okay. Dark Dog Deceiver's ready to go this time. It's just gonna go. Magic missile.
So many of them, and
Classic magic missile. Straight at Silaster. 3 points of force damage.
Is there a miss chance? I know it doesn't have to
I
get
didn't move enough.
on armor class, but oh right, okay.
Would it usually? With a
I
magic
don't know.
missile?
I was wondering. I wasn't sure.
Magic missiles are unearing. The only thing that deflects it is a shield spell or
Well,
something.
you can have cover. Concealment does work against magic missiles if you're in cover. I think there is a chance
it wouldn't
that
be
it
enough
hits
for
the
magic
cover.
missile. I don't think.
It doesn't matter at this point. We'll
I don't
work
know. It
out
doesn't
another
matter. Yeah,
time.
we'll work another time. Yeah.
That was Dark Dog Deceiver, Bandit Mutt, and Bandit Kit. I'm just gonna roll there. One's gonna try and shoot Silaster very quickly. You don't have the mischance anymore, is that right?
No. Armor class is 22.
That is a complete miss. How do you dodge the first arrow?
First arrow is just a complete drop into the floor, nice and low.
Second arrow as well, just misses you as well.
Oh, bounces off the mage armor this time. Not
Nice.
quick enough to deflect both, so it just
That was Bandit Mutt and Bandit Kit. We are on Obsidian's turn.
Okay. Now I'm aware that standing will provoke an attack of opportunity.
It will.
What happens if I try and just touch him from the floor?
Minus.
It's still an attack, so I think you'll get a minus for trying to attack from being on the ground. But that'll be it. It won't provoke an attack of opportunity or anything. Like it's just
So can't afford the minuses. That's the problem.
that's what you have to do. I'm afraid it's still an attack. You still get the minus.
I will stand then. I would much rather take a bit of more damage. Maybe not. Might not get me. Who knows? I'll take the risk. I will stand for attack of opportunity and then try to touch him.
Vermin Fox gets 15 on the die, unfortunately, Obsidian, which I believe hits you.
Has to beat my armor
15
class
on the
rather
die.
than...
On the die.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Here's
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
That is 5 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Ow.
Like you're scrambling to your feet, and he just slices you again, like cuts you down the side. You find yourself staggering back, flames billowing next to you. What do you do with the rest of your turn?
At this point, I will then try and touch him.
Yep, you can go for his touch armor class.
20 on his touch armor class.
That's a touch on the touch armor class.
Okay, lovely stuff. So what happens is I say, I'm not a fan of fox hunting, but you, sir, are a prick. And I do 8 points of damage. Basically, this is not a spell. This is just me. My negative energy that just goes into him from my touch.
Person.
A negative wave passes through me, and you can't see his face, but if you could, he would just suddenly get really drawn, like he was starving or something for a moment, and it does 8 points of damage.
It's almost for a second, Obsidian, that you see the fox mask, and it's a fox skull. Like, you almost see him emasculated for a second.
So Skelly 1 will attempt to hit Pirate Kitty.
Yeah.
That's a no. And then the other Skelly will attempt to hit the Pug Thug. That's a no. Rolling badly, but that's okay, because they're holding their attention, and that's what matters.
They are. That was Obsidian's turn, unless there's anything else?
No, that's me.
Ansel.
Ansel is going to charge.
Oh, sorry, can I just say the Skelly will have moved to there?
Fine. Ansel charges.
Yeah, he's going to go after the cat, I think, just because the cat's already had a bit of damage, I think.
Yeah.
Memory serves.
Yep. It's a glancing strike, but a strike nonetheless.
So I get +2, don't I, for charging?
You do, yes.
Yeah. So I'll just... Does a charge 16 to hit?
16 doesn't hit?
Shit. Well, that's fine, because that was only the trigger for something better.
Okay.
On a charge, Ansel becomes even more terrifying as he blasts across a room, and he performs Dreadful Wrath. So everyone in a 20-foot radius who is an enemy must form a will save.
Oh my god, a
DC
20-foot radius.
Yeah.
So that's everyone, I think.
It's also
is it a 20-foot radius of you?
It's everyone but the ones behind the bar.
Yeah.
Okay. A DC. Sorry. Did you say will save?
DC 17 will save. Yeah.
Okay. Vermin Fox. That's a failure.
Yes.
Pug Thug. That's a failure. Pirate Cat. That's a definite failure. Dark Dog Deceiver. A failure. Oh my god. All the ones in the range of it are affected. What does it do?
So they are now all at -2 to attacks, saves, and checks.
What is your Dreadful Wrath like as you smash into the Pirate Cat and scare the shit out of all of them?
It's similar to before. He grows even taller, like his arms extend. So the clothes don't extend with it. Like, his arms just start sticking out of this thing. His neck gets longer. And he's just this dreadful, tall creature screaming across the room, and the scythe comes down, and he roars in the face of the cat and all of them.
As you strike, like they all are shaken and pushed back, and then Pirate Cat's eye just falls out of his costume.
He only had one.
Anything else, Ansel? That was amazing.
Oh yeah, I can still no. It's full round action to charge now. I can't do anything else.
So they're all on -2, -2, -2. It was everything basically, right?
-2 to attacks, saves, and checks, not weapon damage, which is where it differs to some of the other.
Okay.
They're shaken for a minute.
Right. Gotcha.
Shaken.
Oh my goodness. That was amazing. We're back to the top of the round. Silasta, you are beset. What do you do?
Currently flanking Pug Thug.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to smack him.
Okay.
26.
It is a smashing hit, my friend. Roll it up.
I've got a nice round hook straight to his head. 7 points of damage. Boom.
He's still going.
Oh. Alright.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Yep, you rush in and smash him in the back. Vermin Fox is going to try and retaliate against Ansel but with a -2 on its attack, correct?
Yes.
What's your AC?
16.
How did you defend yourself against Vermin Fox with his terrible sword?
So just as the sword is about to come down, and sort of just goes, and, like, makes intense eye contact with
Like
the fox.
he sort of like just swings and just totally fucks it from terror. Amazing. Pug Thug. Sorry, not Pug Thug. It is Pug Thug. Skeleton. Just gonna hit the skeleton. Was it 15 the AC of the skeleton?
It was.
Total miss.
Oh,
That
wow.
was Pug Thug.
Okay.
Pirate Cat.
Amazing. Also 15.
They're each missing because of that -2. Pirate Cat swings wildly, also at an armor class of 15 for the skeleton, but misses. Suddenly overcome with like a panic. Suddenly the fire doesn't look so appealing to Savage Doom. At least these ones. Dark Dog Deceiver is at a -2, but it's still got a plan for Silaster. It gives like a golfing laugh. And will approach. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, we'll go there. And just reach out a lazy paw. What's your touch armor class, Silaster?
You meant to be next to me, because
Nope.
oh, my touch armor class is 18.
I just like the idea of him advancing terrifyingly towards you. Touch armor class is 18. What does it look like when he reaches out and a terrible, awful raven feeblement springs out, but you evade it?
Oh, yes. I didn't move this time, so I was surveying the area around me, and as I saw him kind of coming in, I was like, I'm ready for this. And although I clocked Pug Thug with a sweeping hook, I used that momentum to keep spinning round to drop myself down as the ray shoots over me.
Amazing. Incredible. That was the Dark Dog Receiver, Bandit Mutt, and Bandit Kit. Are going to loose. Bandit Mutt is going to shoot at the skeleton, unaware of its innate advantage against that sort of thing. That is a hit against the skeleton, I believe. For 4 piercing damage.
15. Okay, so I think the arrow stays in the skeleton, just wedged between a couple of ribs, but it does no damage.
Bandit Kit is going
rattling
to...
around as it moves.
It can only really go for Silaster, so what is your normal armor class, Silaster?
22.
Like, you're able to sort of just like sidestep out of the way as the arrow clatters into the corner of the room before it leaps into Blaze itself. That was the Bandit Kit. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Okay. Oh, I think this time I'm going to have to do that because it's a damage situation. So I will attempt to do touch again on the fox.
Okay.
11 on his touch armor class.
11 is not a hit, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
You just missed the touch armor class. You might know what it is now.
So then I don't get it. I don't touch him, so it doesn't work.
My God.
But the 2 skellies will still attempt. So on the pirate cat, come on, skellies, 16
Isn't a hit.
is not a hit, and the other one on the pug thug, 15. Ah!
Is that including the flanking bonus?
Oh no, the flanking bonus with 15, 16, 17
Is a hit.
on pug thug. Way, lovely stuff. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot.
Damage
That
from
is
the Pug
1d6
Thug?
plus 1, so 3 points of damage from the skelly.
How does the skeleton kill Pug Thug?
Flop!
I love it.
It was Slops.
Yeah.
That was Slops.
I love it. I love Slops. Absolutely. The skeleton will thoroughly enjoy Slops. So,
What's it like?
yeah, the skeleton's just been hacking at it, and I think the skeleton will just do one final thing that slices its throat, and it will then sheath its sword and hold its monocle, sort of like, haha.
You see blood just
like a
pouring
proper
from the
dandy.
costume. It's like, bam!
Because he just stares into the blank eye of a skeleton, just staring him as he falls.
Didn't expect that shit. Amazing. Your other skeleton's been. Is that your turn, Obsidian?
It is my turn.
That's your turn.
Yeah,
Ansel.
it is. I could move, but no, I won't.
Ansel.
Ansel's going to take a step back, and then he's going to reach out his hands at the two furries in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
One to each. He's going to fire a ranged touch attack at the fox,
Okay.
which misses. And the cat needs to perform a... forgotten what it is. Will save.
At -2.
At -2.
Which is a 9 total.
So the cat fails and is cursed. So attack, saves, checks, and damage are all at -2. So the cat looks at Ansel and his eyes start bleeding. He says, "You will die here for nothing." And blood's pouring from his mouth as well.
Oh my god, and you see the pirate cat trembling in his bandana. Anything else on your turn, Hansel?
No, that was everything.
We are back to the top of the round. Silaster. Pugthug has been slain by a skeleton and it falls before you. What do you do? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have forgotten something. I need Silaster. I'm so sorry. I need Silaster and the skeleton to make a reflex save. I rolled and I forgot.
Skeletal reflex.
Oh.
One got... Okay, so this one I imagine got a 6.
19.
And this one, Nero, got a 13.
A 13 for the skeleton is a failure. As the fire, just a big beam just comes down, boom, and just fire spreads doing. What did Silaster get?
19.
Have you got evasion?
No, not at this level.
So, Skelly Bob takes 11 points of fire damage. You take half of that, Silaster.
Okay, so even with the damage reduction, that completely wipes out Skelly.
Does he get fire reduction against damage reduction against fire as a skeleton?
Yeah, his damage reduction works against everything apart
nice.
from bludgeoning damage is the only thing that can smash up a skeleton. But they both failed, so they both took that full damage, which 11 will also
Oh no, the
kill
other
that.
one doesn't get hit. The other skeleton's too far away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that fire
in which
that's
case
slammed
then
there, yeah.
it wouldn't have been a 13, it would have been a 6 because I wouldn't have rolled the second one. I only rolled for that one and it got a 6. It definitely failed anyway, but yeah, it's dead. So it kills the pug, stands there proudly and goes down in flames. I'm fine with that.
Rest in pieces. Rest in pieces. That was the top. So we're back to the top of the round. Silaster. I did roll for it before. I was sorry to interrupt your turn, but it.
No, that's alright.
Yeah.
It does mean I will change what I'm doing. So I'm going to offer potion swiftly. That.
He's definitely in the wars with Silaster. Jesus Christ.
If I haven't healed, I would have died 2 times over. This whole session.
Crikey.
Then 1, 2. So moving at least 10 feet triggers my my stance, my Child of Shadow. And then I just run across, having just dodged this burning banister that's fallen down, and I swoop down, I skid in, and I deliver an uppercut to the Dark Dog Deceiver. Hopefully.
We shall see.
Possibly a critical.
Yes.
Ooh. 22.
That's it's a critical hit.
Oh, this might be...
Yes! Finally! That is our first critical hit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of
Let's
the
hope-
campaign.
Uppercut to his chin. 7 points of damage.
Well,
That's a 1
that
and a 2.
was, that was really good. Well done.
Thank God for that critical.
Even though it is low, it still looks devastating for Dark Dog Deceiver, who isn't meant to be being hit. Staggers back, reeling from the strike.
Youch.
And he gives like a golfing cry. The Dark Dog Deceiver doesn't appear to be able to talk. He's like,
Oh, I hit a cripple.
God. Oh dear.
Right, that was Silaster. Vermin Fox is just going to try and strike at. He's gonna try and go after Ansel. So he'll take a 5-foot step there.
Oh.
He doesn't leave any threat range.
No, it's a 5-foot step. It's moving through my threat range, but it is a 5-foot step, so we say it doesn't.
He strikes out at Ansel. AC?
16.
He's at -2. And he rolls really badly, so he just swings. How do you parry with yours? What do you do?
Yeah, he gets the scythe up and just blocks it in the middle.
Nice. Blocks it in the middle. Amazing. That was Vermin Fox. Pugdug is dead. Pirate Cat is going to try and attack the skeleton. Possibly a critical. It doesn't matter, because it's a fucking skeleton, so he can't critical on it. So it's just a hit. For 6 points of slashing damage.
Is that with the -2 to weapon damage from the curse as well?
I'm sorry, was that...
I forgot
I'm
about
sorry,
weapon
was
damage.
that to the skeleton? I thought
Yeah,
we were still on-
skeleton by cat, and that is actually 4 slashing damage then in that case. I forgot about weapon damage, Dom, so I apologise.
Okay, 4 slashing damage, so in which
that's
case,
nothing.
once again, it rattles... Doesn't, I mean, it probably takes a little gouge out of the skeleton, but the skelly's just not bothered.
That's amazing.
Perhaps
I love
rips,
it.
It rips his nice jacket a little bit, and he's like... silently scathing.
Okay, that was Pirate Cat. Dark Dog Deceiver is going to provoke an attack of opportunity off you, Silaster,
I will take
as
it.
he attempts to do some crazy ass spell at you.
18.
Is it?
7. The same damage with a regular attack. 7 points of damage.
He goes,
Yeah, I didn't want to throw words like anticlimax around, but...
Hey,
goes-
after every
but you stop him midway as you kill him. How do you do so?
it was an uppercut, the first one, but that uppercut led to a spin, and it was almost a Shoryuken, if you remember from Street Fighter, as I spin around
He
with
reaches
another
out a
uppercut.
paw, BAM! And just gets smashed to the ground. Blood arcs in a line above him as he collapses to the ground. Amazing work. Dark Dog Deceiver was deceived. Bandit Mutt looses an arrow at you, Silaster.
22.
Paching! Just bounces off the ceiling. Bandit Kit. The same. Not going to hit that armor class, I don't think, unless they do something special.
If they do, I've got a mischance.
Obsidian. Oh yes, remind me if that happens. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Yes, well, I mean, it's not been going so well thus far, but I will attempt to touch the fox.
Okay.
That's not a euphemism. 15 on his touch armor class.
Is a hit on his touch. Excellent.
Oh my gosh!
You got his touch.
Finally.
You got his touch, man.
So in which case, I think, yeah, I was going to do it last time, so it's going to be that instead of that. So can he do a Fortitude DC 17?
Oh.
And he's at -2.
So he's almost about to resist it, and then he just gets weighed down by the dreaded curse that is upon him, making him fail the Fortitude save. Obsidian, what happens to him?
Well, he'll take 3 points of damage that then are sapped from him and given to me in return.
Oh my god.
As I bestow a wound upon him and just, take a little bit of his life force and heal myself. I feel a little bit better and ready to get back in the fight. And in this case, I reckon Skelly's going to change targets because we're flanking. So Skelly is going to have a flanking bonus on a slightly better bonus, an attempt to thwack the fox. Again. That sounds even worse. Not a euphemism.
Let's whack the fox.
Thwack the fox. It just sounded so much worse. I don't know why. Oh, that's a 20.
20 is a hit against the fox.
Oh, lovely. So it does. Oh, for the sake of... Jesus, Mary and Joseph. 2 points of damage.
Like, the fox is staggering, and then the skeleton just stumbles into him and just puts a sword in him. And he's just staring down at him like... But it's still barely alive, just like...
I actually really like that, though, because he's just staring into the empty eye.
Yeah, he just walks into him with the sword out and just...
Skeleton there.
That was anything else on Obsidian's turn?
Nope. I'm good.
Ansel.
Ansel's going to take a 5-foot step to there.
Okay.
And he's now decided that Pirate Kitty is his full target. So he's going to attempt a ranged touch attack on Pirate Kitty. 13.
Is a hit on his touch.
So it takes 6 damage, and I need it to take a Fortitude save.
Okay,
At
-2.
-4.
Minus...
-4 because it's cursed and suffering dreadful wrath.
Yes, it is. So that means...
How are you cursing people? That's insane.
Oh my god, so that means...
Wow.
Yeah, he's failed that. Straight out, failed that.
So the cat is now cursed, shaken from dreadful wrath, and sickened.
It begins to cough up furballs.
So he is now at -6 to attack saves and checks and -4 to weapon damage.
It just sort of is like wilting, staggering around. Swings the hatchet at something that isn't there.
Ansel says, "First I will break your mind, then your body, and then your soul is mine."
We are deserted! He screams. We are deserted! Back to the top of the round, Silaster.
Oh, firstly, would you mind giving DDD his...
Oh, I do apologise.
Yeah.
I've deprived him of his merciful death.
DDD.
DDD. D&D.
Well, he's not D...
There we go, yeah. He splutters his last on the ground just there. It's your turn.
Seeing... Who's the one at the other side?
That's Bandit Kit.
Bandit Kit. Kit's in range. I'm going to charge.
Okay, there is a bar in the way, but yes.
Will you permit me, like, a tumble?
Yeah, definitely to tumble over the bar, yeah. Textbook.
Well, for what I heard.
Textbook bar tumble.
Textbook. It was just a classic bar tumble, basically.
15. I think I was just...
Yeah, 15 was going to be the DC, so yeah.
Excellent. What happens is I charge, and it's not like a normal charge attack. This is a charge. It's a forward flip up over the bar, but my heel is going to crash down on his head, hopefully.
Oh
If
my
I
god.
fumble, I'm just going to fall on the bar. But hopefully, let's see. Otherwise, I'm just landing on the bar, and that's what I'm doing as part of my charge.
Sure.
Let's see. 17?
Is a hit.
Yes.
These ones look a bit smaller.
Max! 8 points of damage as my heel crashes into his skull.
How do you kill Bandit Kit in one hit?
No.
He was only a kit.
I snap his neck. I just do this flip. The heel of my kick just comes down. His head just goes.
Smash it into the bar.
You just smash him into the bar. BAM! Like,
Bang.
and he's just like,
Love it.
like just, it doesn't even slide off the bar. Like you hit him so hard into it, like the groove that it makes, it just holds him on the bar. Oh my god, amazing. Anything else on your turn?
I've moved. My missed chance is there. I've attacked. Yep, that's it.
Okay, so that was Silas's turn. Vermin, Fox. It's not looking very good. He's going to do a free 5-foot step. Realising that the Hexblade... Hexblade. What am I talking about?
You just walked into a space, obsidian space.
I'm going to step on you. Poor obsidian.
Me and the fox, we make out.
Misfire.
Ah!
How did that
As
happen?
we're making out, we are shrouded in flame. Oh no, we're on fire!
It's too hot.
No, Fox, no!
I didn't mean
our love burns too bright.
I meant fucking necromancer anyway. There we go. There we are.
Look, I'll just do that. Look, move me. You move him. There you go.
That's all he was going to do, was just stand there.
He was going to do a 5-foot step away from being flanked, I imagine, right?
I know he's going into being flanked, isn't he, there? He'll just start strike from there.
That's where he was. Now he's moved to
yeah.
there.
He will strike there. Yeah.
Okay.
So that is. Oh no, he's at -2.
On the plus.
He misses. He swings wildly. How do you defend yourself?
I mean, I think that probably, although it looks like sort of new, standard leather, not like armored leather. He just sort of takes it, and there's some sort of armor there, but it's not obvious, you know. And along with his own physical stuff, just takes it, and it doesn't manage to pierce his skin because he's not in any way nimble. No need. It's just not who he is.
Right. He wasn't able to finish you. Pirate Cat is going to try and attack the skeleton.
Still 15.
It's going to be a hit. 6 points of slashing, -2 because of his thing. That's 4, so he doesn't do anything. He literally can't kill the skeleton.
Oh my god, I'm in love with those skeletons. They're so good.
They are good. Bloody hell. That's
And
Pirate
Skelly.
Cat. Dark Dog Deceiver, DDD is dead. Bandit Mutt lives. And Bandit Mutt is just going to drop his bow and swing at you, Silas, with a knife.
20.
Yeah, not good enough. How do you defend yourself?
Let's just say I've just landed fairly, awkwardly because I've just done this massive overheal strike. So he just bounces off the mage armor that's shrouded around me.
Incredible. And that was his turn. Bandit Kit is dead. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Lovely. Okay. In which case, I will. That's fire. No, I'm not going to walk into fire. I'm not a psychopath. Well.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't really want to walk straight into fire. I really wanted the flanking bonus. Doesn't matter. I am just going to attempt to get a touch on the fox.
Okay, go for it.
Hope the dice are kinder than they have been. 16 on his touch armor class.
Oh, against Fox.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Lovely! Okay, so he will take, as I just touch him and do a negative energy attack, he will take 4 points of negative energy damage.
Yeah, I mean, how'd you kill Vermin Fox?
Oh, I'm so glad.
How'd you seal the prophecy of seeing the fox skull?
What happens is Obsidian sort of, in touching him, he grabs him round the throat and just delivers this negative energy, looks him in the eyes and says, "This will not allow you to die as others die. You will be a spirit, my friend, and remain in this building forever," as he fades away. Because negative energy damage as a death, known to create hauntings and stuff, you know?
Definitely.
So, yeah, he just saps the life out of him and he falls to his knees and then he just lets him drop. And feels really good about himself.
Yeah, that was cool. That was Obsidian. Anything with the Skelly
Well, the Skelly will attempt to smash the kitty.
The endless duel between the two of them.
Oh, Dom, don't pull that face. You know I can't help it. Try to control myself. It's never going to happen. Come on! 13. Probably not.
Miss.
Yep, never mind. The Skellies have been so handy, I can't be upset that they're missing. They haven't got very high attack, but they've been amazing, so
They have
that's
been.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Ansel.
Ansel's going to stride towards the kitty. Can I move into that without taking damage?
Yeah, that's not fiery. That's fine. You're next to it, but you're... Yeah.
We're very
Can I get to there, and do I... I guess I probably would they'd get an attack of opportunity against me, wouldn't they? On the way, because I walked through
No,
this.
because, sorry, Foxy is dead. No, and you're entering the cat's threat range. You're not going through it and leaving it.
Okay. Well, I will bring the scythe down, stride towards it, and bring the scythe down. Hopefully, no. He's swinging it like recklessly as he walks.
He somehow miraculously doesn't hit him. It's not through any skill of his, so he's just locked in battle with the hexblade. I keep saying the hexblade, the skeleton.
I'm
that
not
was
a hexblade. I will never be a hexblade.
I know.
They're
Sorry.
shit.
They are. I don't know why that's in my brain. Ansel. That was
Memories.
Ansel's turn. Silaster.
Yeah, he's landed on the bar. The bandit mutt bounced off his armor. So he's just clenching his fist and hoping for the best. 16?
Is a hit. No, it's not. It's not. Unless he's no, he's not on any minus. I'm sorry, no, it's not a hit.
Nope, that's alright.
Oh my god.
I'll provoke an attack of opportunity as I'm going to move through his...
The dice tonight, the dice have just not been kind.
That will be a miss on your very high armor class.
Then I'm just going to basically run around him off the bar, over the body of Kit, get behind him as my cloak starts to continue to envelop me, and that's it.
Okay, that was your turn. Fox is down. Pirate cat. In it to win it. Let's go. He's just gonna go and try and hit Ansel.
So he's at -6 on his attacks at the moment.
Oh my god, he is, yeah. Just swings wildly. Was your armor class 16?
Yeah.
That's a miss. That was
He just
Pirate Cat.
batted away with a hand.
Mutt will provoke an attack of opportunity from Silaster.
I will take it. Hey!
Is a hit.
5.
Yep. He takes the strike, but climbs up onto the bar out of your threat range and looses a shot. Possibly a fumble.
Hey.
That is a fumble. The bow drops into the fire.
Oh dear.
That's his turn. Oh, and Kit
Uh-oh.
hasn't got a cross.
No.
That was Bandit Matsuri. It is now Obsidian.
Oh no. Oh, I don't want to do another slops. All right. If this happens, I don't want it. Just want to make that clear. But the Skelly will continue to attack the kitty, but it will.
But I will
Well, I mean, it's programmed. It's pre-programmed. The Skelly does its job and it does it well. So with the +2, there's only 14, so it doesn't hit anyway. I don't think.
With a +2?
Yeah, that was with the +2.
Is it a minor to armor class or anything? With all those negatives?
No, sadly not.
No, there's no minus to his armor class.
It's everything
and
else.
the Skelly's only
Basically
on
everything else,
+1, so it had the +2 for flanking. It didn't hit. I personally am kind of glad. I didn't want to steal it. I'm just wondering if I have. I'm not sure I have anything that I can do particularly at range. Okay. The guy on the bar, I can do that, so I don't have to touch him. Can he do a will save DC 17?
That is a failure.
Okay, so he is shaken for 3 minutes. Shaken is the thing you've been doing, isn't it, Ansel? So you will know that it's -2, right? Is that right?
Yeah, -2 to
Okay.
attack,
It just saves me from then looking that up because I was sort of on the fly as to doing one at ranged. So yeah, he is now shaken. He is at -2. And I'll just step forward to try and make sure that the kitty has got a lot around it. It's all about distraction.
Okay. That is your turn, Obsidian.
Yes.
Ansel.
Let's try again.
What are you doing?
17 to hit.
Just a hit.
Yeah.
That is the hit, Pirate Cat.
Yep.
That's a hit. He was your chosen enemy.
Finally. So Pirate Cat takes 6 damage.
How do you kill Pirate Cat?
So he's just been like flailing this thing around, like batting aside an attack when it came, and then he just stops, makes pure eye contact with the. Well, it doesn't have eyes at the moment, but just brings it straight down and right through the head, and then just throws him into the fire behind him.
Oh my goodness.
As he says, "You're mine."
Amazing. Amazing. That was Ansel's turn. Silaster.
I'm going to take a step here, and I'm going to do a very high roundhouse kick. So,
I love it. Jumping up and trying to get his legs.
pretty much.
Knock him in the fire. Knock him in the fire.
I possibly fumbled.
No! Don't fall in the fire! Don't fall in the fire!
Well, considering I'm standing in the blood of Bandit Kit, I'm more concerned I'm going to slip into the body of Bandit Kit. It's just a miss, I reckon, on 23.
Yes, you just miss, unfortunately.
slip on his blood,
We'll continue this merry dance, then, shall we?
Yes.
Bandit Kit is sorry, Bandit Mutt is the one that remains. You've just swiped at him, and somehow miraculously he's leapt over your sweep to take his feet from beneath him. He has that dagger still, so he just has that in his hand now, and he's just gonna hurl himself at you, Silaster.
22.
That is a 20 on the die.
Okay, I do have a miss chance,
You do.
so 20%.
Oh, I've fucking done it on this one. Hang on. Oh my god. This went far longer than I thought it was going to.
No.
Silencer.
Oh no!
So that is possibly a critical.
You possibly done been critted.
Mm.
The blade will sink into you. Let's see if it hits you again.
22.
Hang on. Wait. What is your armor class?
22.
It just got shaken by obsidian, so that is a critical. It would have been if it hadn't, though. So that is just a hit. A dagger pierces you in the side for 4 points of piercing. As he just leaps onto you from the bar and just stabs into you. And it ain't going down without a fight. It is now Obsidian's turn.
Okay, so... Yeah. Walk to here.
Walk with your cane.
Yeah. Everything he does, it's probably moving quite quickly to cover full speed in a round, but it just always kind of looks like a walk. Sort of plods, really. But he tries to make it look like a swagger. He will walk forward. Haven't done this yet. Need to check the DC. Okay, so it's a DC... will DC 15. As I walk forward, and as I approach, I kind of seem to sap the flame, and it surrounds me in green flame, and just boom outwards. But it will only get literally every square around me, every 5-foot square around me, so it won't reach Silaster, but it will definitely get him. So can he do a DC 15 will save, please?
-2, that is a failure.
Excellent. Okay, so he will take 8 points of negative energy damage from my negative energy burst. That literally is just an explosion of like this fiery green energy.
How do you finish Bandit Mutt and finish the fight?
I am so not even remotely sorry.
What should you be, man? That was amazing.
Yeah, literally, it just envelops him, and actually, like, because it's kind of a flame, because it kills him, it's like, you know, death animations in games, when it just hits them, it's just fire, but when you hit them with the fire and it's a kill, they actually catch fire, and before they go. So he catches, and this green energy seems to be surrounding him, and it just saps him into, like, almost a skeleton himself, like, and he just then slumps on the bar, and it's like a sort of almost empty bag of bones costume on the bar.
Oh my god.
That's 2 potential spirits in there.
Yeah, this place gonna be haunted.
Whatever's left
Love
of it. As the flames wreathe around what is left of the tavern, you are able to press through your escape. You remember that by the pissing yard there was a really big carrot, and you remember that there was a back door because of that really big carrot.
Because of the carrot.
That one was for.
Because it was a secret entrance carrot.
Exactly. And it is less blocked up. I'm just saying this because of the time. You're able to burst free of the tavern with the person that you have saved. And it is as you do so that the whole thing, like the whole structure, just begins falling in. But as it does, there is a wreathing, twisting energy that swarms around what remains of the tavern.
Oh, shit.
And it seems to react with the magic circle that the magic competition occurred in.
I see.
There's a mouse.
I fucking see him! I see him!
Yeah, there's one more.
You there! Running.
And
Running.
unfortunately, as the structure collapses, the hunger is given its sacrifice, whatever this hunger is, and it repays Savage Doom for its loyalty. Suddenly, a terrifying rupture in reality tears open.
What wall?
Oh. The gate.
The gate suddenly springs into life, as it has not done for thousands of years. And stepping through, there is a figure. Tall, with tall, pointed ears, green skin, pointed teeth, and flowing black robes. And as he comes through, he surveys the area with a smile. And he says, "A hunger has driven me here, as it drives many of my kind. We all heard the call, and I have arrived in answer. Surrender before the Empire of the Gith." And that is where we're going to leave the session tonight.
Oh, shit.
So, for those of you who watched live, for those of you... I need to stop that music, it's driving me insane. For those of you who watched live, and for those of you who watched after the fact, much appreciated. It won't stop.
It'll never stop.
Oh no, it's still going. It's off, but I can still hear it.
For those of you who watched live and after that, much appreciated. I definitely need to give a shout out to Hot Ross Buns, who I think has watched pretty much from the beginning of the session.
Full 5 hours there.
And that was that went far longer than what I thought it was going to. And it was mainly not to point fingers, but it didn't go as well as it could have. But there we are. Thankfully, you survived. I was starting to get a little bit worried. Thank you, boys. Much appreciated for your patience and for your investment in the beginning of
Thank you
this campaign.
very much.
Yeah.
It was tremendous. It was lots of fun.
We're gonna try and game
Really
this...
good opener.
Thanks, man. We're gonna try and play as often as possible, and we'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, thank you everyone for watching, and I hope that all of your performances are up to standard. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. See you next time.
Bye.
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 Bye.